The Insomniac sitting spins now in the air for all the night freaks who can't sleep. I'm the Insomniac, Juvan, and today we're gonna take a look at some of my flicks. So you're getting where you fit in. Sit down, shut up, and listen. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to flick it. Welcome to the Insomniac Sit and Spin. 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 Play. Late night patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac Sit and Spin, a knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac Sit and Spin is about to start, so come on in and do your part. Juvan's Night Flicks is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week. Fight. Insomniac night, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac Sit and Spin, a knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac Sit and Spin is about to start, so come on in and do your part. Juvan's Night Flicks is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week. Fight. Right. It's on me. Insomniac Sit and Spin, about to be live. Hanging with each other, talking shit about knives. We sit and we spin, and we vibe in the chat. We listen to Juvan just trying to describe where he's at. It is a good time, but who is this fool who talks about knives and EDC tools? Insomniac Sit and Spin, a weekly live stream. You're in the right place if you know what I mean. Insomniac Sit and Spin, a weekly live stream. You're in the right place if you know what I mean.
You might want out because we are a little bit, but are you high on cigarettes? And when that stuff runs out, you're gonna wanna make it. Are you high on cigarettes?
Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Do you know that you're right or wrong? 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 He don't smoke them, but he loves it when you do. That's why he's high on cigarettes. And if you find him, you should light him up a few. He's getting high on cigarettes. Let's Let's watch Juvan's witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's witness and get high on cigarettes.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
What is up, guys? I'm all laggy. I started a little early. I got Mr. Gary backstage, but I don't see his camera on. So I don't know if he's trying to fix that. I'm not going to throw his blank screen up here. I see Mr. Paul Mills is in the house. What's up, Paul? I started a little early, guys. I was backstage, and I always play a couple of songs to try to let it get 5 minutes into the stream. That's just wise to do. YouTube terms of service. But I didn't want to keep y'all waiting. What's up, Marco Ye, channel member? What's up, brother? And we got Mr. Paul Mills in the house, also a channel member. And David's in the house. What's up, David? I hope you're doing well, buddy. I hope everybody's doing well. We're probably going to be low staffed right now, which is good. Bugsy's in the house. What's up, Bugsy? Bugsy, I got the video, man. I absolutely love it. Tell Nick, I thought that was freaking awesome. I assume she's the one that took that. Sunday. I think that was Sunday when we went out to lunch, barbecue. Well, I know it was longer than that, but when we were all hanging together was Sunday, and I forget the name of that barbecue place, but it's on the video. Gary, can you hear me? If you can hear me and you're going to do voice only, I'll be happy to put you up. But if you're, I don't know if you're, I want to give you about 3 or 4 minutes to see if you get your camera fixed. If you're trying to. Good, dude. I'll always pulling for those in pain that are struggling. And dude, I'm glad it's a low key day as far as the pain goes. I've got a wacky flashlight. The unboxing video, this thing goes live tonight. And I don't know what I think about it, but it has this little RGB feature. It does that, or it does that, which is kind of weird disco. And then it's got a laser pointer, and then it's got a white light, a warm yellow light, both lights, a flashing light, and then it's got a side floodlight. We turn it up. Then it's got a little dial that you can turn the intensity up. So it's got a side floodlight, or a yellow light, or a combined floodlight for if you're at a campfire or something. And then it's got a UV detect weird stuff light. I think it's overkill, but I think it's like $19.99, something like that. It's metal housing. The button's plasticky. Don't know. The jury's out on it. I'm going to tote it around against my better judgment because every day, and I've still got to do a review on this. I bought 2 of them, but I can do them in one review because it's just the software system that's really sweet. The Android 2 software system on this little light, it was like $40. This every bit as custom as my FocusWorks. I've got 2 of those, but I've got this one and one that houses an 18650. These are my go-tos. The lights that everything's judged from. Audio only night. Okay, brother. No worries. I just wanted to make sure you jump in there and I'll pop you in and we can chat. I just did not know. There's Mr. Gary Creeley's voice.
How's it going?
It's going good, buddy. Wow, you sound different. You sound crisp, more crisp than normal. Are you on a different setup?
Very much so. I'm on my phone with my Bose in-ear noise canceling headphones.
Nice.
And I'm not
And
sure if it's using the mic on the phone or the mic on the headphones, but it seems to be working.
yeah, it seems to be working very well. I've actually got a couple of minnows on the table here and a mako. Um, just loving them. I'm really surprised at how much I'm loving the mako more so than I thought I would. I love the minnows. Was not surprised by my fondness and my willingness to carry them in my back pocket because they're almost like carrying nothing for me. But
Right.
I've really been going to this guy and carrying it so much more. And I thought about it. And when I look at the EDC fixed blades that I was carrying before I met this guy, they're, the sweet spot's kind of right here for my functional knife. And I'm sure you hear that too in terms of what you're seeing and selling.
Yeah, I have a good number of minnows left, Magna Cut minnows. And, I'm not really, they sell, Mako sell a lot more than the minnows. So it'll be a while before I run more minnows.
Well, I'll tell you what, the minnow for me is perfect. The only downside, which is a downside in my stupidity, and when I did the carry video on me carrying in my back pocket, the audience let me know it. But I have stuck myself in the ass twice with this. My fault. The point is so pointy and perfect for using. This little knife fits my hand. I mean, like sugar kiss. I did get a little scared of it because the point is very needle-like, which is a good feature unless you're dopey like me and you carry in your back pocket and you jab yourself at the top of the butt cheek. And the Magnamax is still cutting, Gary. I don't know if I'm ever going to finish my cut test. It's not that, I mean, other people like Nada could have had it done. I'll just cut for like an hour and this thing cuts and cuts. I mean, are you hearing that from people?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Magnamax is really, people are going to notice that it's holding an edge longer.
Have you run it through your own type of cut test? Do you have time for that?
No,
I didn't
no.
think
Mm-mm.
it is. It's impressive. The Magna Cut's impressive though. I just realized that when it comes down to me, the ergonomics, the look, the feel, and the blade geometry are as important only because I don't cut as much material. Because again, I'm trying to make an edge go away. I want to feel it on my stones. I've got a nice sharpening system, and I look forward to feeling the difference in sharpening the Magna Cut back to a nice edge and sharpening the Magna Max to a nice edge. But right now, the edges are both the Magna Cut. I'm almost where I can say, I don't know if you even got a screen where you can see. I don't know. It's still, to me, it's making more noise, but this is the Magna Cut. And I'm hoping to get to a point where this dulls and rips like it did just there, but that was me hitting the handle. And that's been through, I have to count the 1, 2, 3, 4 and the line through it that I've got on a pad. But that's the Magna Cut. The Magna Max is still just a screamer.
Mm.
There's a noticeable difference in the sound. Now I'm working on a much smaller piece now.
Well, that's good that you're starting to notice a difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken me such an unnatural. I'm having to make myself cut. And usually I cut therapeutically. I think I told you that when we first started talking. It's one of my weird perks is stropping and cutting. And I'm not purposely stropping either one of these right now. I'm trying to make them go away. But when I therapeutically cut, it's usually paper. I'm usually sitting over an Amazon box, watching a live stream and just whittling paper because I don't have any wood around me that I can whittle. But cutting cardboards work. Even though the knife is very comfortable, I don't get hot spots. I don't do lanyards. Not that there's anything wrong with lanyards. I think this knife would be the perfect case if someone knew how to tie a very straight, tight little lanyard. Um, it might give you more grip, but for me, my hand doesn't get fatigued. It's my elbow that I feel it in. That's not from the knife. That's from me just not. What's up, Matt Maurer? That's from me. What's up, Cliff? How are you, buddy? Bushcraft Global, what's up, my man? So are you getting good feedback from the show? If you talk to anybody, I need to get you.
You know, the show was fine, but it's never really, you know, the kind of show I hear other people experiencing. I don't have that big, you know, huge sales influx from the show like some guys have.
Right. Well, I think the guys that have those influxes are the very limited production type of guys. Maybe not. I didn't know if you had
There
a
might be.
good. Did you have a any potential dealer luck? I know you had one potential dealer, Tate, the guy I introduced you to. You were talking, but he talked to one of your sharpeners for a while, and he was looking at your emulsion and the knives, and he's seen my knives. That's Knives and More in Huntsville, and they just bought 3 jewelry cabinets, and this sounds insignificant, but it's not. It's about 12 feet by 3 feet of glass that's going to allow them to bring in a couple more products. You know, I don't know what they're going to bring in. I'm lobbying, and that's why I brought Tate by. He's very familiar with you, though. I'm just trying to get. I'd love for you to have a brick and mortar presence in North Alabama. I think that's always helpful. Not huge numbers, but I think your knife would be extra popular here, especially your kitchen knives. Because we sell a lot of kitchen knives at that store. Wusthoff's, Shuns, and Dexter's. Trying to think of the other kitchen knives. And I think they have some case ones. And they had Benchmade, which are priced very, very high. But, you know, they don't have anything in a super, super steel. And we have a town full of engineers that bring their knives to us to be sharpened. So I just think it would be a good opportunity if I could get you together with Tate again. Do you remember meeting that he's a short Korean guy, fully American voice, but he's short little Kim Jong-il looking guy, but he's a super nice guy. We walked up on, I think it was Saturday afternoon. I think y'all finally met because you were talking to, I forget, Outdoor 55. What's his first name? Gary? Did I lose Gary? I lost Gary. I'm talking to myself. Kathleen, what's up? Let me go back up to the audience here, see who's here. I missed Bushcraft Global. What is up, my friends? Magnumats look awesome. He hadn't sharpened it yet in the field. Diamond stones only. I think diamond stones are the only way to go. And I talked to the guys over at ProTech, and I was with Edgy American Blades, and they told him that it's taken them 3 times the amount of time to mill it. And for him, my friend, who's small scale, to not price it until he'd worked it. They say it's sharpening with diamond stone. I think you'll be fine. I'm trying to wear it out. And it's not happening. Gary, I didn't know I lost you. I was just talking along. And I asked you if you'd heard about, Benchmade kitchen knives. We had one set that we sold. It took a while to sell them, but we sell a lot of kitchen knives in addition to sporting knives and hunting knives. And the ones that they carry at Knives and More, where I'm trying to get you in. Did you meet the little Asian? He's not Asian. He's Korean. He looks like
Asia.
A little Kim Jong-un guy, but he's very American when you talk to him. But he and I walked up, and you were talking to, forget his first name, Outdoor 55.
Yeah, Alex
Garland.
Garland.
You and Alex were talking in deep conversation, and we stood around, and I know we were talking to one of your sharpening buddies, but he was interested in the fact that you had the emulsions, the kitchen knives, the bushcraft knives, that he would have access to a wide variety of products that we sell a lot of. So I didn't know if you got a lot of dealer traffic or if that was part of your plan at Blade Show was to attract potential dealers.
I'm always looking to have conversations with people. As our capacity to produce grows, our need for distribution beyond our website grows. So, I wanted to talk to Tate more. I felt bad I couldn't. I couldn't. I've been trying to get that conversation with Alex Garland lined up for so long.
He totally understands. And I can put you and Tate in contact. I'm with him 4 days a week. What's up, Mick Ranger? I see him. That's where I do part-time therapy work. Mick's a channel member. That's where I bought my third case knife the day before yesterday and followed it up with another case knife, a single Warncliffe that I'm carrying today. But I bought a carbon steel cheetah cub. That's the Vault series that they brought back that has the little swing guards. The only reason I bought the first one, which is in a American Fortnite, I forget what they call that colored plastic. I'm trying to learn about these things, but I don't know if anybody can see this. This is a blue curly oak small trapper, and I get this is my third one. I've collected 3 of them. Only the single blade Warncliffs. That's what I'm into. Knife Nut's been a member for 34 freaking months. Dude, thank you. Here comes a man hug coming your way. I appreciate you, man. I hope you're coming by Sunday and sticking your head in and trying to win a knife, because I always make sure somebody wins and that all the members win before it's all said and done. But I think this is the prettiest handle material. And the one I bought before, the day before actually, was a carbon steel cheetah cub. And the old gentlemen I've learned in my knife experiment, they either don't acknowledge that cases come dull and they don't sharpen their knives, painfully dull to where they don't even cut paper. But I had the first coper tell me, and it made more sense or as much sense as anything else. They send them that way so you can put your own edge on it.
Weak.
I thought it was kind of weak. This guy I bump into a lot of guys there older than me, which is kind of scary in its own right. But I did the carbon steel, which I think they use maybe 1095. I don't know for sure.
I think so.
It's sharpened. I use the smooth stone on my Work Sharp field sharpener for my slip joints. And the stainless was more of a pain to get sharp, doing the exact same thing, the exact same blade than the carbon steel was. It was actually a pleasure, and I got it very sharp. Take care of the doggy, buddy. But do come back and hang with us. We'll be here. Yeah, Knife Nut 69. When you work at a case dealer, I meet a lot of people. I would say I meet a lot of sons of people the sons are older than me. I know I'm meeting people that are 120, 122. I never ask them how old they are, but I feel pretty sure. I had an interesting one today, Gary. I had a lady come in who's a veteran, and she's lost an arm. I didn't ask her which, where that happened, but at the shoulder. So she has a looks robotic, but it doesn't do much. She says the one that she didn't have today is more articulated. I had to spend about 45 minutes with her testing out the fronts because she carries an out the front with her. She had evidently had an incident going to the VA in Birmingham, according to her. I'll bump into some of the weirdest people. If I could somehow wear a body cam, which I can't, I would get some amazing, amazing human interaction with some of the oddest people you've ever imagined. I just think that's the type people, even though we have normal people that come in and buy knives, that buy kitchen knives, that bring their knives to be sharpened, knife stores draw out just, I think, the weirdest of the weird. 1931 Leatherworks, Terry. What is up?
I
Terry,
wouldn't know. I don't have any of them around me.
that's unfortunate. I think before I worked there part time, I would go out there at least every 10 or 14 days because they trade so much that they would always have new Strider or a new Hinderer, something that I could look at. And I would be there so much. And then I made that video that's my most viewed video of their store. And they said, look, we're looking for somebody to work part time. I work 4 hours in the afternoon. And help the older guy when the young guy goes for his surgery that was supposed to happen right after Blade Show. I was supposed to be working 10 to 6, but his surgery got put off. 1931 Leatherworks. DM me. That same guy I'm talking about, Tate, has a Strider fixed blade. He's looking for a sheath for it. I can show you pictures of the knife, but it's a pretty basic shape. I could get you the knife if y'all came up with something. So yeah, you say you're not getting your orders aren't up after Blade Show? You're not more busy?
No, not. I mean, there was the DBK video, and a lot of orders came in over that, but that's sort of tailed off now. Actually, the normal. I don't have a lot of super affordable stuff on the site. So, like, I'm going to drop some more Magnamax Makos in G10 in 3D printed, but all I have right now is carbon fiber, and it's like $100 extra.
Well, the carbon fiber is gorgeous, yeah, and that does drive the price up considerably, I guess. I didn't know you offered carbon fiber. I haven't dug on the site that deeply. I just thought it was G10 or your 3D printed, which to me the 3D printed is less fatigue. Feels just as good, and it costs what, like $30 or $40 less?
Yeah. At the end of the day, that's what people really care about.
And Tate is chomping at the bit to print me a black set of scales just to show me he can do it. I need to let him do that. Because he's got your file, he's been on your site.
Yep.
And that's one of his hobbies is 3D printing. So let's go to the store. Let's look at what carbon fiber looks like.
I don't know if I have a picture, actually. It's actually a really nice carbon fiber. That the reason it's so much more, one is obviously it costs more.
Sure.
The material's way more. But in addition to that, I have to hand sand them because they're a little bit prickly. If I don't.
Yeah, and you have to wear a respirator, don't you?
You probably should.
I mean, I know you can cheat it, but you should wear a respirator. That's dangerous stuff to work with. Gary, you really need a picture of it because it's beautiful. Do you take pictures for Instagram? Did you take these pictures?
I need to. I have
just the handles. I think that people would see it more than just read it. Because when you read it, you're thinking, wow. But TRM does a great job with showing just that handle. I didn't know you did it.
Yeah.
I can't get past Magnamax 63 HRC, knowing that I'm trying to get it to dull and it won't. That's all I needed. You had me there.
Yeah, so I gotta put some more. Yeah, I gotta put some more of those. Yeah, I don't have a picture of the carbon fiber. I need to take one because the chatoyance in this particular carbon fiber that I have is really good. Now, one of the interesting things,
when you cut high vis yellow.
Oh yeah, I do have high vis yellow, but that's not for everybody.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the people that like it, but a lot of people wouldn't want that.
Right, but it's one of those things. If you drop it in the woods, you're not going to lose it, right? I would assume.
Yeah, and it's and it's also sort of playing off of the Spyderco Salt series.
Okay, so it jumps it up from 260 to 335. So not quite 100, but that's I think a picture of that would be, and maybe I'm missing it. Maybe you got one in one of these other pictures.
I don't. I don't. And I actually had a guy email. He's like, "Is this just like PET G carbon fiber, or is this like machined carbon fiber?" I'm like, "It's machined carbon fiber," and he immediately bought it.
Yeah, it's just
Uh,
it's one of those things that there's so much variation, I guess, in what people think of. Maybe when they think of carbon fiber between fat carbon, I just think a picture of it would help it. But if you only have
the
one, it's almost not worth taking a picture.
I have a handful of them. That they're a fair amount of extra work. So the second thing is when we cut out some of those blades, I did not offset it enough with the laser, meaning I didn't make it a little extra enough extra big. So occasionally, when we were cleaning up the perimeters, they got too small. So those get set aside and they get G10 scales because then we finish the scales flush
The handle.
uh, to the handle. And so it's actually a nicer finished product. But again, it takes us more time. It's an extra step. Uh,
Absolutely.
but it is a nice it's a nice finished product when it's done. So we do that. We did that with those. We sold a few carbon fibers, and a fair amount of these things are going internationally. But an interesting observation. Now, I don't know, when there could be a number of factors at play here, but did you see the DBK video?
I did.
Yeah. The first time we did a DBK video, I don't know if I mentioned this since I've been on last. I mean, it just blew up. It was order after order after order after order. Now, granted, they were pre-orders, but they were just $35 pre-orders. This, I think we still have I think we might have a couple Magnamax Folklores available on the site. So I don't know if it's that Magna Cut video came out in the height of COVID. Everybody's got money and is buying stuff like it's going out of style.
Impulse
not
purchases were a lot more readily. That has died down considerably, I think. I asked the guys at Knives and More, they don't see it in their numbers. And I don't know why that is, but online you see it with inventory staying in stock. If you're like me, I'm not currently buying knives because I just work part-time, but I am on websites every day seeing what comes in and what's staying in stock. And you can gauge a lot. Maybe not. Maybe I'm only gauging the higher end stuff that stays around. And that's not a good indicator. Where maybe if I was looking more at, hinderers used to not stay on a site for more than a day at USA Blades.
Yeah.
So they stay on now I can go there now and I bet we can find 3. They still sell, they're just not selling at the same velocity. Is that carbon fiber?
No, that's just G10.
I thought so. I can't tell. My eyes are bad, but the Folklore is, I guess we can say, indestructible, right?
Well, that's the beast version of it. This is just the standard. I mean, you could chip this edge up. They chipped the edge up a little bit.
Who came up with the maker's mark? Did Laren come up with that?
Yeah, that was Laren and a guy named KH Daly, Kyle
I kind of
Daly.
like it.
Yeah, that's their mark. So I'm going with it for now.
Well, your grind is very noticeable in this picture. It's sick. Your I guess you call it the final bevel. Where I'm looking
the
at the
Scandi.
vertical. Yes. What are the grind?
Yeah.
I guess I look at the grind lines that I find impressively straight.
Yeah, I mean it's jig. Those are jig ground, but yeah, that's it's a neat grind. It's not for every knife, but the Scandi is fun to do certain outdoor tasks with. So the DBK boys, they did that video. The video did fairly well for them. I think it's up to about 70,000 views. But in terms of an average video for them is maybe 40. but like a popular video for them might be 150, 200.
Right.
So it was a good video for them. It wasn't a great video, but
It,
you know,
and a lot of that's timing. I mean, I thought they do such a good job. I mean, I watched content like that, or like Tri-State EDC, who's live now. He's finishing up his live, and they put so much time and artistic efforts that they should be commended for, and they are. I think they're rewarded with views.
yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that's a healthy number of views that they got.
Yeah, absolutely. And what they have is the search and the stayability. So when someone's looking for this and they have the money, right? They're going to go out and they're going to watch their content. So you're going to be placed in front of a potential buyer at the right time of their journey. Every buy, or they say, when I was selling advertising, that when a customer is trying to put their message out there, every buyer of whatever product's on a journey, when they're going to buy it, it might not be now, but they're a buyer. And before they go to that final leg is when they watch people like them, because they've got the eyeballs. So your knife's thrown back up there, which is always a positive, even if you don't see an immediate, sustained uptick. It's still, that's a lot of views, and I'd be curious what it continues to run, because I thought my Blade Show video was going to do a lot better, and it did great the first few days, and then it just kind of petered off. Where I've got another video that just keeps the same amount of views per day, and I don't know. I think the Blade Show makes sense because people were probably searching for it during that time. But I don't know what makes the longevity of it staying in front of people. I think YouTube has a lot to do with where they put it, and don't know what that. I think that's the golden question for everybody. So it'd be interesting to see if they're getting 1,000, 2,000 views a day.
It's an interesting study on people's buying behavior. Like, for instance, I told you that most people aren't willing to pay the extra $30 for G10 on the scales, even though there are keyboard warriors out there that will poo-poo on 3D printed scales. But in the marketplace, it seems to be a winner. And then related to that, and interesting, that boggles me, at least in terms of my preferences, is most people prefer to buy, especially at a show, MagnaCut over the Magna Max for the $30 or $35. That no, it's not even that, is it? It's $25 difference.
I was going to ask you, is that on a minnow?
It's on a Mako. It's $25 difference.
So your consumables, and it only goes up that much, you feel?
To be honest with you, it probably doesn't even go up that much. It's just marketing. It's like I'm having these ground. There's probably a 15% increase in the cost over MagnaCut for the steel itself.
For what they're charging you to grind them?
No, just for the raw steel.
So you're not getting an upcharge for the grinding of the material, like if it was you using your own belts?
If I was using my own belts, it would definitely be more expensive. So like 8-inch chef's knife, like, probably uses twice as much belts. It's really, really challenging.
I would think so. I would think that would have to go into your pricing structure. And I wonder how much of the market's just not educated on what that means to them in use.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of your like Benchmades and Spydercos of the world, if you go from VG10 in a model to MagnaCut or to S90V, that's going to be a big jump.
Huge jump. $100 in some, well, $70 in most cases.
Yeah, and that's not driven predominantly, like, their cost in that knife might be $15 more. So it's just a little bit marketing. And then on the reverse of that equation, if I made a bunch of knives, and let's just say let's say 1095. You know, my savings over a Magnamax on a Mako might only be $14. But people are going to expect that knife to be a lot less than $14 less.
Right. And in the same reverse case is that they're going to get a lot more than an additional $14 of value in what that better steel will do, don't you think?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
I mean, no brainer.
It's night and day.
So
Yeah, I would never. Yeah, I mean, now that these super stainlesses exist, I mean, I just don't know why people buy some of these other steels. Like, some of them are just in much less expensive knives, I guess. But like, if given the chance, I'm going to want a powdered metallurgy steel of some nature, and I'm going to
right.
want it stainless because I just don't like rust.
And everybody, I think I know with a lot of the old timers, there's not a lot of logic behind it. I see a few people that are predominant, that are specifically bushcrafters, but they're kayak bushcrafters, which makes me think they're on the weekend side of kind of influencer bushcrafting to be in North Alabama.
Yeah. I
But
think a lot of bushcrafters are on the influence side of it, but
I think because people still look for that steel, it's something that comes out of their mouth more so than
1095.
Oh yeah, it comes. You hear it more than I have to educate people on the difference in why these bug outs are priced differently, even though the handles look different. They don't know the difference in. These are engineers that don't know the difference to a knife owner. Benefit of LMAX over S30V or why if you Benchmade, I don't think messes with. They have some Magna Cut, they do. Magnamax, I think Protec's the only one that did the Chavez scapegoat, and they're getting ready to do one of Joseph Vero's collaborations in Magnamax. I haven't seen Magnamax from any other production maker yet.
They all have some.
Yeah, you just wonder if they're willing to. Well, I look at Benchmade's overall, and I try to talk to the guys and the young guys you can get a lot more information out of, but it's a total different philosophy that comes from a company like Benchmade than I would say other US companies that are smaller, because I guess Benchmade is really big. Can't size it up in my mind. But I would think Spyderco is much more steel aware or steel concerned than Benchmade is. Am I wrong? I mean, their whole cutting philosophy, their whole philosophies, I think, are different.
Yeah, I would say so. They're, Benchmade is, at least Bestmade dabbles with some better steels. Like they have a version of the bug out with S90V.
Absolutely. I think they do a good job for what they do. And what I tell people selling their product at the store, they're selling their warranty as much as anything. I mean, I've heard only good things. Now, I've heard some people in the chat who've had bad experiences with broken blades and things like that. And I have heard of people having to pay a replacement fee depending on how the blade was broken that have walked in the shop. But I know we send off very few because usually the guys can fix it. But when they send one off, we have a special envelope that the knife goes in. They fill out a form online. Customer can do this, but we'll do it for customers too. And then FedEx comes and picks up the package that the knife package goes in another envelope. Once the form's filled out, you put that number on there, and there's another knife in that or a knife back in that customer's hand, I think in about 10 days at the longest. So I've watched them perform time and time again, and they do have a very, I guess you'd call it easy way for them to track their warranties that are coming in through the dealer network. Or if you're, Gary has a Benchmade and has a problem, I think, go to their website and you can print off that warranty form that gets you a printing label or shipping label. I think you pay shipping back. You pay shipping one way, maybe.
Huh.
And I told you my Protect story, didn't I?
I can't remember.
It was a warranty story about a year after buying the first Mordax that came out that I bought directly from David in Nashville when they still had the Nashville show, which I hear is coming back, a very small show in Nashville compared to Blade Show. But
Yeah.
I had called about a year later because people had told me about detent lash. And I knew it was different than my Malibu. I could feel that little bit of detent lash, but it was something quite rarely that I thought about. It didn't bother me. And I reached out via email and said, look, I've had this knife for a year. It's got a little bit of wiggle. People tell me it's detent lash. It really doesn't bother me. Should I be concerned? And she goes, well, you don't have to be concerned, but I wish you'd send the knife back. We'd like to, I'd like to look at it via email. She goes, and she told me it'd be $12. I had to put a check in the box for $12.50 because she gave me the label that I printed off to send it to them via email. So I did that, and I came to learn because when the knife came back about 10 days later from ProTech, I put my hats off to their customer service. There was a new Malibu or a new Mordax because my clip was beat to hell, and I had a couple of scuffs in the aluminum. But I also learned through some other more knowledgeable people than me that first run, there was an issue, a slight finishing issue that made that, I guess, detent lash not really fixable. It was kind of like a flaw, I guess, in either design or manufacturing that they worked out right away. I guess they didn't feel like they could fix it with the blade or with, just adjusting it. So they just sent me a knife. I thought that was pretty strong.
I probably own 50 or 60 Benchmades. I probably own 100 Spydercos and lots of other brands. And at this point, I probably have 20 or 30 ProTechs. I've I've never once sent a knife back for warranty work ever. I'm not
Probably
saying
haven't
I
had
haven't.
anything break. You probably hadn't had a spring break or hadn't had a problem.
I haven't, and I'm just not a warranty guy. Like, it's just like so much. That's to me is a pain in the butt. That whole process, even under the best,
Did you go to the
situations.
website and fill out that form?
Fill out a form, mail it, blah 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 blah.
The
I could just
mailing
sell
part
another knife
sucks.
and buy something new.
Now, I can understand that, but what's up, Sierra Rick? But at the same time, it's if you're not in that position, they make it easy by letting you, print it off, or I guess you could choose to send it on your own dime if you wanted to. But
Yeah,
I get
no,
you
I
not
get
wanting
it.
to send it in.
Yeah,
But
I get it. I just have not. A lot of people talk about, like you said, selling warranties. To me, that just doesn't compute. I
you
know
don't
for a
see the
lot of
value
people
in it.
that's a thing. Yeah,
But you're capable. You probably can fix things. You probably have that
90%
manly,
of things I can fix myself. Yeah.
and that's an attitude that a lot of people have. And unfortunately, I have seen the most humbled engineer come in with a plastic bag and an out the front. Usually Benchmades. I think Benchmades, I can't remember which one it is that you don't want to ever take apart. I think it's the one that's got the button on the front. I think that's at the Autocrat. I think I've seen two Autocrats come in pieces, which you can send those bags off to Benchmade and they'll put it back together.
And one of the things with out the fronts, I'm not a fan. I don't think they're real practical tools for the most part. But
I agree.
beyond that, I just look at them and think to myself, this is a mechanism that's going to have problems. Like, you're going to get junk down in there, and it's going to need to be serviced. It's going to need maintenance. And I just don't. Yeah, it's like one of those things. They're cool for like the first 30 seconds of flipping them in and out.
They're not,
firing them.
For me, they're not
it's just
fun
like,
to fidget with. I've met people at the knife store that are out the front people that seem like normal people. They're usually the pew pew lovers, the enthusiasts that are like expensive firearms, tend to like out the fronts. And the one thing I'll give Microtech, because I agree with everything that you say, and Microtech, for a lot of reasons, I'm embarrassed to own, but they've ingeniously designed these channels in the rear of the knife that allow you to either with water, because there are videos on their website where they show this, but with, of course, compressed air first, but then you can take it to hot water before you ever have to take it apart. They show you the two things that you can do before you take it apart because they acknowledge that you're going to have lint. They use drywall mud to try to get it to quit firing, or broken, shredded up sheetrock that makes that dust, sheetrock dust. And if it's designed right, the spring's not under tension, which is kind of ingenious, and it's not for lateral cutting, which is what we cut, and I don't think that's what they're originally designed for. But they're great for opening letters, opening boxes. Again, that's an expensive letter opener, but it's you're asking for lint and dust to get down in that knife, and there's so many knives, even older Microtechs, that have no channels in the rear of the knife to allow you to run anything through the knife and then oil it. You have to take it apart if it stops working, or send it to
Yeah,
get taken
and
apart, which is
you know,
unfortunate.
and the whole mechanism, it's a pretty weak tool.
Oh, agreed.
Like it's just if you get a knife to cut things, which would seem obvious, um, you it's not the greatest thing at doing that thing.
I agree. And it's ironic that in mine, because I've got a couple of the best tech made ones that are EMP EDCs, but I never bought a dagger, a double edge. I've got a drop point. I've got a Warncliffe, knives that are, you think the blades are made to cut with, but like you say, and out the front's not engineered to cut with. But the one-armed lady who I was telling you about, she wasn't buying Microtechs. I think she bought a Cobra Tech, or I think it's called a Crate, or I forget. I always say karate, but it's not karate. About $170 imported out the front. But her whole purpose of buying it, and she has several, and I'd say she's in her 50s, is for protection. She carries it in her, she's never used it, but she was allegedly had an incident happen, and it makes her feel better, which I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but she carries out the fronts because she can only use it with one arm and she can make it work. Where with the Benchmade, she could get it to flick and close, and she kind of liked that. But she didn't feel real comfortable with it, whereas she was used to using it out the front. But she's a very rare case, right? One arm person.
A one arm out the front user. Yes,
Yeah. Well, I mean, and
that's a rare use case.
well, Case makes a knife. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I learned about it because it's got the weirdest blade, but it's a one arm jack, I think they call it. Somebody in chat help me. It's a two-bladed knife, but one of the blades has at the end of it, it looks like a moon cut out of it. And it's so that at the Civil War, people could open them off their hooks.
In high school, I had a friend that had one arm. We call him the one arm bandit. Might have been good for him.
I had a guy, I won't dox him, but his name was Bruce, and there are a lot of Bruces, and he was a great swimmer. It was amazing. Never had a prosthetic that I saw him with, but he had lost his arm at the elbow, I guess, and swam competitively, which to me is amazing. Is little because my daughter was a competitive swimmer. I didn't appreciate it until much later in life what this one-armed guy did to compete at the level he competed at with one less paddle, for lack of better purpose.
And I'm not trying to be any kind of way, but if you're going to defend yourself and you only got one arm to do it, you need to be pulling out
Freedom pill
firearm.
dispenser. Yeah. A freedom pill dispenser. And I think she's in a situation where she can't have one of those. I got that feeling. And she was very on the fringe of not sobriety. She was very sober, but she was very nutty too. You could tell she'd been through a lot. I don't blame her for being nutty. But she seems like the type who might be prevented from owning one, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, well, that could be.
And you get that vibe.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you pull out a knife and you're already you better get that first stab in, or else you're
Well, I
in big
think,
trouble.
yeah, I think anytime I've watched Tim Kell talk about it or anybody that like my buddy Dark Gravity, it's a weapon of last resort, and it's only like for that last close quarters, like to push off with to get enough space. I think the goal is to be able to draw if you're using it for that purpose to build yourself enough space to draw a primary freedom pill dispenser. Is what I've always heard. Not to like you see in the movies where they square up with a blade in the hand. That's nuts. Yeah, it's terrifying. I would think that's the worst way. And Dark Gravity, Bugsy, a guy you'd like, he didn't come to Blade Show this year. He came last year on Saturday, has been in situations where they've, you know, I think in theater they've had to rely on hand to hand. And with he said, you know, blades are just not the way to go.
Well, as they say, nobody wins a knife fight.
No doubt. Yeah, gunfight. I agree. But that's amazing that somebody finished the marathon. I mean, the spirit's stronger if you can overcome. I don't see why you couldn't do that if you push yourself. The spirit's amazing.
Although this whole conversation has me thinking of my friend from high school that we called the one-armed bandit with it out the front and is coming after me.
Well, this like if you heard this lady the way she described it, and she literally, Gary, she had her prosthetic came up to where you would see. I guess it attached at her shoulder. Maybe she had a little bit of stump on her shoulder because you saw the prosthetic. And again, it had 5 fingers. It just they weren't articulated or they weren't moving on their own. But she kept one of her out the fronts in her arm, so she would literally reach over with her good arm and pull her out the front out of her other arm. So it's where she prison pocketed it, so to speak.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean,
that's where she concealed one. She had like 3 on her.
and now this is I don't carry generally. I don't carry, or for the most part, own knives that are predominantly like my primary use is like self-defense.
No.
That's just not not a way I want to use it.
People that do like that Strider that I was talking to 1931 Leather Works about. I think the guy that bought it because of the cool factor. And he's a knife collector. I mean, he's the same. He's Tate. Tate's the one that bought that Strider. It's only has one purpose, kind of like a Borka. You know, you can't imagine going and processing cardboard with a Borka. They're poker stabbies. But I think people collect them for the same reason that when we were kids, we went in fantasy stores. You know, I think there are a lot of people that buy those type of knives not to keep in their truck for that reason, but because they think they're cool.
Well, you know, one of the big things is there are all these different corners of the knife world. You got the case guys, you got the Spyderco guys, you got the Benchmade guys, you got the high-end custom folder guys. You got the, you know, and the list goes on and on.
The Valley Song guys that are
Valley Song guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like there are all these, the Loveless collector guys.
Right.
And like, and then there are guys that are collecting knives that have zero interest in using them at all as actual cutting tools.
Yeah, what's
they're
the maker that
collectibles.
Ryan, what are those knives that you have? William Henry's that are so gorgeous. Ryan has a bunch of, you met Ryan at Blade Show, William Henry knives. And he's had, I think Kyle took pictures of them. I don't think Kyle's even sharpened them because some of them are copper mine and other weird Damascus.
You're not going to buy a Loveless drop point hunter and use it as your primary field knife for cutting deer.
No,
you know, like it's the collector. Well, it's just simple as that. It's the collector's side.
Same as a Randall knife. I don't know if you're familiar with them. I learned about them because we picked up a big collection of 27 knives from a guy.
Yeah.
Each one of those pieces is well over $1,000. And I think that at some point their design was made to be a tool that you could use, but now they've become something that's coveted and put in a safe and will never see a deer or, you know,
Yeah.
Indian or whatever
And,
they.
and, and by modern standards, not a really great knife.
Mick, that's scary,
1095
dude.
with a stack handle.
Yeah.
You know, like that's just not a real great performing knife.
Let me
They're
throw a
thick behind the edge.
very much so. I'll throw a stat that an old timer threw at me today. And it was actually today. And I say old timer, he was probably older than me by 5 or 10 years, but his case knowledge was wicked. And he said, well, as far as purchase knives go, I think a Barlow's cut more people than any other Barlow knife. Cut more people. And see, I've never been in a knife fight, thank God. Mick Ranger got stabbed, he was saying, in the back during a fight, and he didn't realize it. It just missed his heart. I can't imagine being stabbed. That would suck. I hate being cut, and I'm cut quite frequently. I got one right on between my nail on my pinky and my pinky. The second time I've had a knife cut me right between my fingernail and my finger, closed on me, and my finger happened to be right there where it got me. And it sucks. I can't imagine getting cut intentionally by somebody. That would be horrible.
I got a Barlow at Blade Show.
Did you?
Yeah, I don't know if I showed it to you guys. I got a Great Eastern Cutlery.
Nice.
Single blade Barlow, 1095 blade. So much nicer than a case.
Oh, 100 times. And if you buy that knife, because I bought one from that I got it in on a drop from Traditional Pocket Knives, and it wasn't much over $100. It was the yellow handled Barlow. It was like $100 and maybe $20. And if I bought that same knife from Case, it'd be like $101, maybe $103. It's not going to be much different than a Great Eastern. Now, Great Easterns, the bad thing is they can turn around and sell them for twice. But what has happened with Case is we have people come in and buy with this Whatnot app, this auction app. They'll come in and they'll buy apps for what John, the owner of Knives and More, prices his cases at, because he's got some control there and he prices them fairly, probably for what Blade HQ prices them for. But people will come in and buy them for that, like especially the Cheetah Cubs, and sell them on Whatnot and make a profit. And you see those people at knife shows in Huntsville, at the Rocket City Knife Show. Whatnot's become a big thing for those old timers. I guess those boomers can figure that app out.
Apparently. They were doing it on like Facebook Lives before that. You know, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I get those knives. I get that, but I don't get like why you'd pay a lot of money for them, because they're really a low tech, relatively cheap material.
They are, but they're cloaked in history. They're cloaked in. I had a knife that Tate showed me, because he used to not be into traditionals at all, but he showed me a knife, a Barlow that he had, and I think it might have. I don't know if it was a Case or not. It might have been, but he said this is the knife that Huckleberry Finn had. So I think some of those knives are steeped in such nostalgia that people, if you bought a Case knife in the 70s and you put it in a safe, you could invest, of course, in better returns, but you're going to be able to sell that knife for a shitload more. If you have knives that you bought now and you live 30 years, because I used to think those people were going to die and they would be no more Case buyers, but you see the new ones being indoctrinated every day. People are buying them for their sons and their grandkids. These grandkids are going to inherit some of these knives, and they're not all going to end up at our store, but that's where our jewels do. Like 70s knives, we've got several Case knives from the 70s, 76, 77, not special knives. The handles are the ones that seem to be are brown, rough. I don't know if that'd be bone, but they're brown and they're rough, and they bring 700, some cases $1,000. Most of them are 200 to 300, but these knives, if you'd bought them new, like the 70s knives that we're selling for 150 to 200, you could have probably bought for 40 in the 70s.
They probably wouldn't even have been that. They probably have been 20.
See, I don't know what the scale was because I was a kid. So, I just know that people buy them for that reason. It's not that, like I say, it's not a smart retirement plan, but people come in there and say, oh, I give them to my grandson every year and he just puts them in a safe. He's going to sell them one day. I'm like, oh, good luck, because they do appreciate it, which a lot of knives don't.
Well, I mean, those knives,
GECs appreciate
the Randall,
after.
like a lot of these knives are not gone. Like when the boomers pass, like I think the market for those is going to collapse.
See, I think there's a lot of possibility in that, but I think that, and you have to think that mathematically it's divided by some number that you can't pass on 100% of the stoke to the next generation through your kids. But I think there are enough kids that have seen or value that stuff. If they become able, they might want to collect it too. Who knows why people collect what they collect?
Well, it won't absolutely collapse. Because you're right, there will be some of that. But think about it. The people that grew up on, like, take these boomers, okay? So, the boomers were coming of age in the 60s and 70s. And in the 60s and 70s, if you were into knives, you were into Case, you were in the Buck, maybe some Gerber, but you were, there wasn't a lot out there.
Then.
Now,
Old Camillus
the knife market, albeit bigger, it just like I just said, there's so many different directions you could go. Microtech, Spyderco, Benchmade, all these companies didn't exist.
Right. And Gary, you can extrapolate it down
all the Chinese brands.
Every week there's a new Chinese brand.
And the ones that were around, like Gerber, what's Gerber doing? Like who's buying Gerber?
Well, they used to.
And even Buck,
Gerber used to be a good brand.
Lord help them, they try. Speaking of which, I got some notification that my Frontier should be coming in, that big knife.
Yeah.
In MagnaCut with the what is it? The micarta, the burgundy micarta should be coming.
What? And it's burgundy micarta and.
Did I lose you? Am I by myself here?
No. Can you hear me?
Hello.
We hear you.
Hello.
We hear you.
He might have lost audio the same way I did.
If you lost audio, bounce and come back in.
I see Bugsy.
Hold on. I'm going to type to him. We hear you.
Hello. Huh. All right. I'll try that.
I'm also having laggies. So if he sees us, but he doesn't hear you, maybe he'll bounce and come back. How are you, Bugs?
Pretty good, man. How about you guys?
Dude, I'm doing well.
Struggling in this heat, though, man.
So you're outside?
Damn, lost it again. I'll have to wait till he comes back and then come back because I lost audio.
Let's see. I don't know why that is. StreamYard's so weird. Can you hear us, Gary?
I can hear you now.
He can hear us now, but now when Bugsy leaves, you're probably gonna have the problem because y'all are having the ping pong problem. Watch this. Try Bugsy. I can hear Gary.
Oh, Bugsy went.
Yeah, he was gonna go because he lost.
And now I don't hear anybody.
Oh no! Did you lose it too? Because see, that's what we were afraid of. That I'll tell Bugsy to stay gone when he hears us. You're gonna have to pop and come back in. I hear you, but he doesn't hear us. Yeah, y'all are knocking each other. Maybe you knock Gary back on. Gary, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Gary?
Gary, can you hear me? How about you can hear me and not Javon?
I don't think he can hear you.
don't think I don't know if
Who,
he's there.
who knows, man?
I don't got you now. This is gonna be messed up. I'm
Oh
sorry.
no! Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It was all good. I got you, Gary, but I can't hear Javon again.
Bugs is gonna have to stay in the.
Sorry, Javon.
You'll just have to stay
I
out
don't know
till.
what the best thing to do here is. I don't want to keep
Just-
bouncing
Yeah,
around.
just
on you.
hang out till Gary gets done. He's gonna probably bounce after a while. Just come
Yeah, I'm
in.
probably
man.
going to bounce in about 5 minutes. So, yeah.
I don't know what's going on with the StreamYard.
I'll go smoke a cigarette and I'll come back. I don't know if
All
you
right,
can hear me.
buddy. No,
I'm
but
actually in Cape May,
are you in your car? In
New
your
Jersey.
personal?
I'm in my camper.
Oh, even
you are?
better.
Yep. Down in, there's a church camp down in Cape May, New Jersey. It's really Irma, but near
Ooh.
Wildwood.
Great. What kind of
Nice.
travel is that? I mean, would that be considered the mountains north of you?
No, it's the ocean.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So in the greater Philadelphia area, in the surroundings, back in the day, you went to two places on vacation. You went down the shore, as they said,
Right.
and that was, Wildwood, Ocean City, Atlantic City, all these kinds of places. Or you went to the Poconos, and that was more the mountains.
Gotcha.
And
So
so
you're
now
on the
people go to
ocean side.
Disney and everywhere else, but it's these are like the traditional. The boardwalk has all kinds of food and like it's cool. I
What
have
age
this
group are
policy
you
for
with?
eating.
What age
Age
group are you with? You say you were at a camp. Is it for for grown-ups, like a conference, or is it like a camp? When you said camp, I
It's like
thought
a-
of
It's like a family camp, so like families.
gotcha.
Yeah, they're all different ages.
So kind of like a
represented.
group vacation, but y'all are just doing
All those
common.
places get pretty wild at night, though.
I bet it's fun though.
This is a privately owned Christian camp. It's not super big, but they have full hookups, at least some. And yeah.
And so y'all
My
have an
mom runs a
RV
campground
too?
down there called Wading Pines.
That's cool. Yeah, I haven't seen. We're right next to one called Beachcomber.
Okay.
It's like 10 minutes from Wildwood.
Do you guys
so-
ever hit up any of the like the water parks and theme parks that are out in Pennsylvania? There's a bunch of like random ones in the middle of nowhere.
Well, there's Knoebels. We go up
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, Knoebels.
That was actually voted the best amusement park in the country.
That place is awesome.
It is
I love
awesome.
bringing.
It's old
I
school.
love bringing my son there.
Is it a
You don't
water
have to-
park?
No,
No, it's just like an amusement park.
it's like an amusement park from the 20s.
Ah,
You don't have to pay to go in. You just pay for the rides that you want to go on. The food is, Pennsylvania, a lot of Pennsylvania, like funnel cakes and different Pennsylvania type stuff.
Pennsylvania Dutch.
Yeah, and it's it's not super expensive. Like it's not cheap, but you know how amusement parks are.
it's not
Yeah,
gouging. It's not offensively gouging.
Yeah, it's reasonable, and they have interesting stuff, like a turkey leg or they had this one like super thick cut bacon on a stick. That was
Yum.
kind of good.
Probably dipped in batter.
And that one is yeah.
They had something like that at the state fair here, fried bacon or something. I remember seeing it on the news. It sounds like
Yeah.
it's timeless though, with the rides and the old nostalgia.
Yeah. Oh, it's like the carousel's 100 years old. They have one of the highest rated like haunted house rides, and it's very jump scary, old school.
Nice.
It's cool. It's in the mountains, in the middle of the mountains.
It reminds me of like a step back in time.
When things were
Yeah.
slower and
Even though they
simpler.
have cool updated rides for some of the kids and stuff, like it's kind of like a step back into when Six Flags was new, but it's not new. It's old. It's cool. There's a water park out there too, Gary. I forget what that's called. That's like a
Well, there's
natural
Dorney
spring.
Park in Wildwater Kingdom.
Yeah, no, there's a more obscure one that's like it's really old, and everybody that works there are like students that come from overseas for the summer.
Oh, I
And
don't
it's
know
like
that
a really interesting experience.
one.
That does sound kind
But
of
the
cool.
kids love that one.
We've got a gym in the South
And
that's
that one's
gonna
really
make
random.
y'all
It's in the middle
laugh.
of nowhere.
Have y'all heard of Dollywood?
Oh yeah.
Dollywood's actually a clean, pleasant. I remember taking my daughter there. We didn't take her to Disney World. We didn't subject her to that. I feel guilty in a way. She's been since when she was in college, but it was one of
Oh,
those
the
things that I
emotional
was.
scar still lasts. So it's not taking.
Yeah, I know. But it was one of those things that I was taking because my grandparents lived in Cocoa Beach, and I still have trauma. I should go to therapy for it from the Haunted Mansion, dude. You talk about old school jump scare, which the Haunted Mansion is not. But when I looked over and saw a ghost in the mirror sitting next to me, I about came out of that chair. I was like 6 or 7, and I distinctly remember the life leaving my little body. I probably weighed 35 pounds, and I freaked the F out when I saw the ghost beside me in the chair. And Disney was just done for me. And unfortunately, my daughter is being experienced with me. But Dollywood, on the other hand, and there's a place in Branson, Missouri that I didn't like nearly as much that we took her to because my in-laws were fond of it. I think it's called Branson. Are you familiar with that area, Gary?
No, that's getting pretty far afield of.
I know
Yeah.
it's I think its fame or its history is steeped in that weird country music from up around that part. So it didn't have any connection to me. It was in Missouri. Is where
Yeah.
Branson is, and Dollywood, of course, is Dolly Parton's gig. But it's very clean. The rides are very old school. But what I noticed about it was the workers were so pleasant. All the workers seemed like they wanted to be there.
When I was about 14 years old, my parents took a trip to Gatlinburg. And the plan was to go to Dollywood. Now, this would have been, let me do a little math here. This would have been probably around 1988. We went there, and this was classic my parents. You know, they're a little dysfunctional sometimes. They went there and they decided, we're not going to go to Dollywood. I'm like, this is the whole trip. And at that time, in Gatlinburg, there was not a whole lot else going on. Like now you go there and it's like everything under the sun. You know, like there's all kinds of stuff to do. But 1988, not so much. We went on a helicopter tour. And so my memories of that trip. Now, I did only have one thing on my mind at that time. In Pennsylvania, fireworks pretty much outlawed. But in Tennessee, it was the Wild West.
Everywhere you drove by the big firework super centers.
So I was saving up my money and everything, and I got as much fireworks as I could squeeze that my parents would let me get. And we were shooting off these gigantic bottle rockets and doing all kinds of shenanigans for months later because of my stash. So I made the trip worthwhile, but Dollywood was not a part of that story.
Oh, man. You know, in all things, you got the fireworks. There was a bigger reason that the universe didn't want you to go to Dollywood. Probably the same reason I was reluctant and didn't take my daughter, even though she really wanted to go to Disney World. I just couldn't make myself. I would have gone to Disneyland before I went back to Orlando. Something about the whole Orlando experience. And we'd go in February. I was taken against my will more than once by my grandparents. They thought it was the thing to do because this would have been the early to mid 70s. If you want to date something. And it was not pleasant. I had much more fun watching the rockets go up than I did going and getting accosted by giant rodents and ghosts that weren't really there. It was terrifying.
One of the things in Jersey they had that was epic and I think it caught fire or something. They had Dracula's castle on
Ooh.
the boardwalk, and it was just epic. Um, it was one of the best. It was I think it had issues like it was dangerous or whatnot,
Right.
um, which makes it even
All
better.
fun things are. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If it's too fun, they're going to shut it down.
Dude, I
Speaking
don't
of
know.
dangerous, have you ever been to Action Park, Gary?
No, but I watched all the documentaries on that and thought it is a really good thing I didn't know about that because I would have totally went to that.
Yeah, you didn't leave there without something broken or bleeding. I'm telling you, that place was the most insane thing. The little movie that they did of it doesn't even do it justice. That place was absolutely nuts. That guy would build anything and just put it on his theme, like in his theme park.
I've seen that. I'm getting memories of. There's a YouTube documentary on it, and there's a
There is
actually.
it was totally within striking distance of where I grew up, and I would have totally went to it.
Well,
Yeah, you may or may not have lived to now.
but
I'm not kidding. That place was insane. I'm a crazy dude,
Kids
but
lived
that
through
was
it.
insane.
If you say so, but you got through it okay. I'll say this: my dad, the one that I take care of now, one of my childhood traumas. My best friend growing up, his dad was I think he's still alive, but they made military films. But he also built in the late 70s, mid 70s. He built the second largest skate park in existence called the Getaway Skate Park. You can Google it. There's a Getaway here now that they built in memorandum of it, but it was huge. People, they had tournaments, pro tournaments every year, you know, that the pros would come around. It had all the bowls, the second largest in the country. And my dad would not let me legitimately skate there because part of the thing was
Yeah, man, the Alpine slide.
you had to sign something, you know, you
Cannonball.
signed a waiver, which I can understand. I don't see how the Gibbons ever got insurance for it because a
Drown
skate
on a
park like
five-person
that, you're
team.
asking to kill yourself. But my dad, I had to skate outlaw out there because I was a big skater and they built it right in my hometown. And my dad was like, nope, we're signing away our rights. I was like, Dad, why should the dad of my buddy be responsible for me doing something stupid? You know? I mean, he just made a cool playground. If I fall on it, why should it be a litigious society? I was not on my dad's side with that.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
when you
All the
read
fun.
it, I'm sure as a dad, it's scary when you're reading and signing away your rights to your kid being a vegetable.
Yeah. Um, yeah, all those great parks. But Knoebels harkens back to those days where things were a little more homespun. That's a really neat park if you know you ever get a chance to. You kind of got to be going there. Like it's not really on your way to anywhere. Uh, it's in the kind of in the middle of the state, sort of, kind of. Uh,
But it's enough
but
of a
it's
destination to
it's a
keep it
classic.
alive, which is great.
Oh yeah, it's doing. You know, it's interesting though. Like look at this field to park in, and it's like acres and acres and acres, and you just look over it, and there's an ocean of cars. One funny thing is, so you know, it's Redneck Central in the center of Pennsylvania, and so I would go out there, and they had, I bet you they could hold 10,000 cars in that parking area. Um, they have one spot for an electric car to charge, and uh,
Wow.
and it was right by the door, like right by the entrance at the time. And I would just drive my car there and plug it in and have like the primo parking spot, free charging, and walk right in. Even
Wow.
though,
What and I guess you were there on the cutting edge of the technology when you weren't having to compete with four other people for that space.
well, I think there were there were probably several electric cars there. They just didn't know it was there. They didn't advertise it. Like now they have like a whole section with like 24 spots. But yeah, back then, back in the early days, they didn't. Oh, there's a lot of specialty. Oh, they have really good kettle corn there. That's that's a key thing.
I
keep
can.
thinking about
You talk about kettle corn. We had growing up Parkway City Mall, and they had a slide and a little place that sold. Is that the corn on the like on the apples that have the crunchy corn on them? Those are
No,
different.
no. Kettle corn. Here's how you make kettle corn. First, you get a kettle. That's pretty obvious.
Absolutely.
Then you get your oil and your corn, and you throw the oil and the corn in there. And then you throw sugar in there also. And it gets like you pop the corn in the liquid, the sugar melts, and so the outside of the corn, and you want a special mushroom style popcorn, and the
Yum.
outside of
It's
it has
fluffy
sort of that
before it
caramely.
gets caramelized.
Yeah, and then you put salt on it, so it's like sweet and salty. It's really good.
It sounds good. But
Yeah,
times were so fly by your pants in the 70s that this mall, which you would think, I guess it was a business plan, they figured we can take, I don't know, 20 parking places. And instead of having parking places, we're going to build about a 40-foot tall metal slide that kids can walk up these stairs and sit on this burlap sack and slide down to the parking lot below. It had to be 30 or 40 feet. And they were like lanes, little grooves, and it was metal.
yeah.
I remember going over the transitions. It was brutal. Kids were getting just brutalized out in the parking lot of this mall. That's where you went to get your school supplies and your clothes, and then you go ride the slide.
Good times.
You know, we couldn't get away with it now. It was safer times in the big picture of things. But yeah, I think that's great that you're on a family vacation with similarly like-minded people. That makes for a nice one.
It's good, and then we're within shooting distance of a lot of other benefits, with the boardwalk and the shore close by.
Sure.
But well, hey guys, I will let you go. Good to pop in for a little bit.
I'm glad you were able to, Gary. Y'all have a great trip.
All right, will do.
All right,
see
buddy.
you guys.
See you, man.
Bye.
Bye. Gary Creeley, ladies and gentlemen. Creeley Blades. Stopping in on vacation. Who did I miss in here? Yeah, everybody get nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, Creeley Blades.
I was gonna say something. I can't remember what it was.
I'm gonna jump in and out once he's
Are you you lost your hearing again? Can you not hear me? Bugsy. Guys, I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. I do know every time I log in, it's something different. Y'all check this knife out. I've got a review coming on this. I haven't been as excited about a big overbuilt knife. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, buddy?
Yep, got you now.
Sweet. But this is a Meritech, which is County-Com's line. They make, if you look at the spine, it's got a government number on it, but they do overstock stuff. And this is a big ass liner lock in VG10. And the reason I'm excited by it is I'm trying to get it to also dull. I'm cutting cardboard with it because I want to sharpen it. When you read the description on County-Com's site about who's this knife for, they talk about it being a good campfire chef's knife, a good utility knife, and a good knife if you like to sharpen knives, because they talk about VG10, which I don't know a lot about. I almost wish Kyle was here. But they talk about it. Yeah, they say it's fun to sharpen. And I think it's the first time I've ever seen a knife. Well, County-Com's not really a knife company, but a company going after the sharpening enthusiast.
Trying to figure out if I have anything in VG10 still.
They have a Takray looking knife, Mick.
Japanese.
If you go to, because County-Com collaborates with Vosteed, they collaborate with Vox, and they collaborate, I think, on the big campfire kitchen knife. If you're talking about that folding Takray, this one, and they've got a couple of others that are actual Meritax. which is, again, it could be. Let me show it to you because they do a smaller one. This is called the XL Arc. They do one called the Arc, and it might not be their first design. I love this site. I've always bought things I don't need, but this is the Tacray, the Arc on the cover here. So if we go to shop and we go to knives, you're going to see some knives that you recognize in here, like box knives.
Okay. Yeah,
And
it kind of
this-
makes sense. They have a style, it looks like.
But this XL Arc is actually done by their company, from what I've been told by them. Now, is that the actual truth? They've always shot straight with me. And this one does have their part number on it, where the Vosteeds have the Vosteed part number on them. And the this is the one I was talking about that I think is a Tacray. The Meg Tactical Folding Chef. I don't know why my computer's going so. I'm probably going to get kicked, Bugsy.
Think so?
Well, I'll come right back. It happens to me when my computer gets Tactical Folding Kitchen Knife. Doesn't this look like that knife? Well, it looks a little different.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little wild, man. That's
It does, but that's all they do. So if you go to their tools, all they make are things you don't need. So and it's the coolest thing, man. I've got one of these, and I've got a small one I use in my knife disassemblies. But this is a titanium breacher bar. Nobody needs a titanium breacher bar, but
Well,
it's a cool thing to have. And I'll show you something else you don't need, but it's cool to have. Let me find this hook. This reminded me of Batman shit. I've got one. I've got it right beside me. But if I take it apart, I'll drop the. They make like these radios. I don't know what we were talking about that during one of the lives. I don't know the deal about the radios, but they sell everything they sell is just weird, overstock government type stuff. Like, look at this bottle opener.
yeah, I got a little one too.
It's made just a tiny minimalist little tool that's titanium. And they make like things that nobody needs. I'm trying to find
I
this.
mean, that's a good little, hack thing to have.
They've got all kinds of little things that are, you got to.
This is like a PX. This is like if you went to the military base and went to the PX.
That's what they say when you read about their about section. Their stuff's overstock. Like these screwdrivers are pretty dope. I've got one of these. It's big. It's bigger than I would use for knife disassembly, but for like having around the house, when you look at this thing in your hand, it's pretty good size, and it's got dimples on it, and it holds the bits in the handle.
Okay.
And they make, I want to show you this grappling hook, because they make 3 sizes of the grappling hook. Dude, they make skulls. Here's a $2,400. It's sold out. They probably only had one. A Tony Fabroli.
20-pound?
20-pound skull by Tony Fabroli. Sold for $24.99. Here's the whole story about it. It's heavy.
Is it like crystal or something?
This is not just a piece of gear. It's representing the metallurgical art. It's multi-step styling design. Let's see what it says. 2 weeks of dedicated hand finishing to achieve the final aesthetic. This is only one existence. High density induction vacuum hollow casting. Using an advanced method, the skull weighs 60% less than a solid pour while maintaining incredibly thick, indestructible walls. It doesn't say. Let's see what it's made out of.
Well, if it's cast, it's got to be some kind of brass or bronze or some shit.
Yeah, because it is cast from original hand-carved wax model.
Yeah. Stainless steel material, 300 series high-grade stainless steel deep frame housing. I mean, stainless is kind of cool, but like...
But it looks like a different patina, doesn't it? It looks almost hammered, I guess.
Yeah, that looks like, I don't know.
Again, that's one of those things that's kind of on the fringe out there, but they've got like, I want to find this hook. Little lighters. This is a little tiny keychain pencil, compasses, a little magnifying glass that you can get made out of. I've got one of these that I use for disassemblies, and to look at like the blade tang or to look at sharpening. I've got a loop that's better for sharpening, but this is good for. I keep one right here by me. This guy right here. It's a sapphire pocket magnifier. You can start fires with it. You
Yeah,
can.
it's always good to have a nice lens.
Yeah, and it's got all of these tools have the Meritech number on it. You can see it in this other picture. Hold on. They've all got a unique stock number or part number. So you can see it right there.
Yeah.
It's got that 5 number because they do a lot of lights. They do belts.
What were those knives up there?
Which ones? These Topo Trekkers.
Trekkers.
Yeah. I think I might have reviewed one of these. I did. I reviewed.
Is that frame lock? I mean, it doesn't look horrible.
It's a liner lock, but it's $60, and it's I think this one's D2 14C. It's got a deep belly. This one's kind of. I reviewed this one right here. This black one. It's on my channel somewhere. They've been really cool to send me stuff to check out, and one of the things that's super cool is this hook. I got to find it. Like things like this. Incredibly handy for doing knife disassemblies. They also make one that I buy that's $4.95, and I bought these for years before I had a channel because you can go to another listing that has plastic ones. I can show you one that's chewed up. This won't scratch up. Little ones, use it right, won't scratch up your knife, but they're great for popping scales off.
Or that damn lanyard tube.
But those, yeah, oh yeah. I mean, they work. The plastic ones work really well. So they got 3 sizes. You can go 4-inch, 3-inch, or 2-inch, which is just good to have on your knife bench. And they're pretty cheap. But then this, you got to see the hook, dude. I built up the hook and I can't find the.
It's that
thing.
little tiny one, right?
Well, they have a tiny one, a mid-size, and a big honker. Let's just do this. Let's go grappling. My computer's doing the slow dance. That's the problem.
Spider Code needs to redo the domino. It's a dope knife.
All right, I push search. Let's see how long it takes my computer to. All right, the motivator tool. Here it is right here. Can you see that?
Yeah. Well, not right now. But... yeah.
So
those things, they screw in the little.
Yeah. So the thing stores. Can you see this?
Inside itself. Yeah.
See that one?
Yeah.
That's the little mid-size one.
That's cool.
So inside here, it's got those 3 prongs. Again, it's made for the robotics. So it says all over it, it won't hold your weight. But for like stringing up gear and stuff like that, or pulling something out of the lake, you know, there are a lot of things you can do with it. But they've got also like a titanium tube. I've got a titanium tube that I used to take camping. It keeps stuff. It's got like 2 grommets. So it was great for keeping my pepper from getting wet. So if I go titanium ion tube, I bought one of these and I use it all the time. Let's see if they say about it. It's a big tube. Hold on. I can go get it. They might not. I've got this hammer. You've seen those for putting pew-pews together and for doing detail work. They make, it's got a, I guess so you won't dent the metal. There's a soft brass or copper head, a plastic head. Oh, I'm so slow to open this. But just a tool that you wouldn't see every day. Again, I don't see the necessary utility in it, but you can stack it in different ways, depending on, I guess, what you're using it for, which I don't know what that would be. But this tube, all right, I don't see the tube. I'll go grab it here in a second. But they just got weird stuff. So if you're ever like a titanium bread kit, like if you go
Like the
camping and you
motivator
take
tool.
bread,
Yeah.
yeah, the motivator is just a little whacker, isn't it?
It's like a little push bar. So when you're like
Essential magic wand,
going like
great
hand to
spot.
hand with somebody, you can control their wrists and shit.
There you
Pressure
go.
points.
Had a dude, a very interesting old gentleman, come in the store last week who made his living. It's got a little point on it too, like for breaking glass. He made his living in the exotic dancing business, but he had a cane and he had a separate cane that he went out to his truck to retrieve and bring in. And he doesn't have a limp, but he always goes with a cane because he's one of these guys that trained in some type of cane fighting. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
He was showing how you can put a cane around somebody's arm and use pressure points
Yeah.
to basically control them.
Yeah, you can do a lot of body locks with a cane.
He was very, what would you call it? The word that I'm looking for, not affluent. He was very adept at using the cane. You could tell that he would be hell with that cane in his hand to try to take on.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that train with that, umbrellas, stuff like that, because it's unassuming.
He probably had 5 or 10 years on me, had a diamond earring in both ears, really rough looking jeans, but they were designed that way. And then he had on these boots that were jet black with just a little diamond of like white snake skin in the front. You could tell the boots were like bougie as fuck. And he was driving like an old school Range Rover, you know, the kinds that are really wide, but almost like a hump. You could tell this dude had seen some dark ass alleys, but like these little precision bars,
City parties.
they've got. Here's the tube. I've got
there
that
you go.
tube. That's very
cool.
handy for putting money in or for putting anything in and putting it in your to-go bag because it's about the size of your palm. It would also make for a good, like a roll of quarters is what it feels
Exactly.
like.
I was just thinking that.
It feels just like a roll of quarters. It'll hold 12 US bills.
Destroy somebody with that in your hand.
Oh, yeah. And it's the bad thing is, even though it's hollow, it'll sink like a mofo.
Oh, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it will. I've
It
never
overcomes
thrown
the-
it in. I think it'll sink.
You should try that shit in your sink or something.
Well, don't you? I mean, you think that's enough air inside to keep a chunk of titanium floating?
You know, I guess I've been surprised before about that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't understand the science of water displacement.
Yeah, I don't know
Some
how much
people
air you need
Put
to
pills in
float
them.
a certain amount of weight.
Me neither. There's only one way to
I
test
feel like
it. I
that's
can
something we
fill it
should have
up, fill
probably
up the
learned
sink.
in school.
Well, that's one of the things that we could Google it. You know, we should have learned it in school, but I learned so many things that I'll never be able to practically apply. But you're exactly right. It's the size of a roll of quarters. They just showed a picture with a quarter. There it is.
Yeah.
But anyway,
you would
Tiny
just
Tom's a cool
devastate
fight.
somebody with that thing, dude.
Oh yeah, dude.
You
I
know,
mean,
it might
they
be
do
cool
have-
too. You know, you could hide it probably. Like if you did one of those like paper rolls and put like a couple of quarters on both
Absolutely.
ends and put it in the middle, and then put that with a stack of them. You can probably hide that pretty well.
Check that out. See, they got cool stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yep. Keep it in your wallet if you ever need to get out of a tight space.
that's another skill I wish I had paid a little more attention to.
I went to Blade Show 3 years ago with Grateful Panic when he was still living with me, and Vince and Ethan and somebody else. I can't remember who else. And Vince had one of these lock kits because CountyCom sells a kit with a clear lock like that. Let's do this. And those tools to learn how to pick it. And they were picking the locks in the Airbnb that we were staying in, like their utility closets and shit like that, just to see if they could. They weren't stealing anything. They were just picking locks. Lock pick. Watch this. I thought about getting this.
Nick's
'Cause it
got a
looked like
pretty cool comment.
I'm going to get the comments. I'm missing all your comments, guys. they've got the whole kit because they're showing here. That's it, $24. You can get the whole kit right there.
Lock manipulation.
Look at look at it. Look at it comes with like the tools that fold out like
Yeah.
individual tools, and it
Oh,
comes with
they got really cool ones now. It's just like a little thing you put in and you just push it up and it just puts all the pieces in place for you. You just like push it down a couple times.
so it almost makes locks obsolete because this would be a hard
Yep.
lock to pick, but the locks they were picking with this same kit, the same little jagged tools like this were like tools that went into closets. That went into a lock that you would put on a closet, not a deadbolt, but like an internal lock.
Dude,
Door.
for every lock, there's people that have
That's
like
it.
really, really simple ways around them.
That's something I've never been good at being able to manipulate either, or even understanding the mechanics of how a lock works.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty basic. You would get it really quick. You know, not your mind would work in a way where you'd get them pretty fast. There's only so many different combinations of locks. And then like unless you get to like, the bank vaults with the big huge cylinders and weights and all that, magnets and shit.
which get as complicated as a watch in some cases. I'm sure some locks you can, it makes sense though. For every locksmith or for every good lock maker, there's a better locksmith. Or I guess it's to try to get the race to get the unpickable lock, right?
Yeah, well that, and they also have to be able to get back into it themselves. It's almost like they always have to build a back door. So there's got to be a way to defeat the lock.
Were you,
It can't just be
were you an
impossible.
early adopter to the iPhone, or do you stay away from the iPhone?
No, I'm pretty early with the iPhone.
Did you used to jailbreak yours? I used to always jailbreak my iPhone with this type of software. And I forget which series iPhone they finally patched that hole where you could jailbreak your iPhone. It did open it up to risk, but really what it did is it opened it up to do whatever the fuck you wanted it to do.
Yeah, I kind of avoided that. I still had like a flip phone at that point. I stayed like basic for as long as I could.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, we're giving up so much data. And like I say, I know the side that's not nefarious, the advertiser side, right? That's the technology field that I worked in for 15 years. We're serving ads to the right people. And the way that you do that is by their digital footprint. What kind of ads are they going to respond to? But you think about, I see these things on the news, and I say the news, but these are YouTube 24-hour synopsises where evidently a lot of these communities where they're lobbying to put these big data centers in do not want the big data centers because of the heat they generate, because of all kinds of things. And you don't think about the power that it takes to operate all the technology that we're talking about.
So that's going to be one of those things that everybody goes into a big rush to build these things. They destroy the area around it to build it, and then the company doesn't even show up to use it in 10 years because there's no guarantee that any of those companies are going to have a successful model that's going to be able to jump into those buildings and put anything to use.
That's a fact.
Even if it was a good idea, it's not a good idea for everybody. It has to be smart. It's got to be done the best way possible.
I think the more self-sufficient you can be, it's hard if you think about it. It's not, I guess, if you plan for it. But for a normal exister, I've gotten so comfortable in using my iPhone to pay and doing things that the whole time I've been giving up my access to privacy and everything that I consider a convenience. Every time I type into Chat GPT, I'm telling the government or whoever what I'm into. They can tell as easily as anybody else. You would think.
But you know what, man? I've worked in a lot of data centers and on a lot of data centers, and the images of the data centers that they're showing, that's not a fucking data center, dude. I don't know what that is, but that's not a data center. That's some kind of
AI generated or some kind of.
Have you ever heard of a scalar weapon? This is only stuff like sci-fi stuff, but like that's what I think of it. Like I don't think, because dude, I've worked on a lot of them. I was at one the other day for a bank in New York, and it's got a lot of security, But there's nothing special to it. There's no big noises, not giant machines outside of it, and big separate buildings with big oil tank, all this crazy shit.
No, it should
it's
just be electricity. I know China's been putting them underwater
really
because it
not.
cools them.
Yeah, I mean, we work on some of them that even have their own condensers on the roof that collect the water from the air,
To
and they
keep
cycle
them,
that back into the system, and the system cycles that water back up, cools it, and puts it all back into the thing. Like, and then there's a big ass solar panels on those sections too. So there's like a whole bunch. Like, a lot of these buildings are not as bad as they say. I don't know what they are though. The pictures
yeah,
I've
and
seen.
maybe the people are seeing the impact that it's having in the job force. Because I know not just my job that was eliminated. I've talked to 10 people that have different jobs. Now, to know a trade and be good and skilled in a trade, that's not going to be taken away. But a lot of the stuff working with, strategic stuff, I think there is a bridge to help companies use AI to help them get self-sufficient. But in terms of jobs that are replaceable, being able to do something viable is not replaceable.
The way I see it, the leaps that we take in technology, right? I think the leaps in technology are going to outpace our ability to create a job to make it even feasible and functional.
To
Like,
utilize the technology.
I hate to say it all the time, but I always go back to this. Like, when I lived on the island, that's kind of how I feel like the America is going to become, because there was it was like going back in the 50s, right? But at the same time, it was like somebody was dropping off technology from the freaking sky. Like, all of a sudden now, they have cell phones, but the infrastructure is not really perfect, doesn't work that great. It's expensive for what it is there. Like, it's inconvenient, basically, you know what I mean? But it's the only convenience because you really can't call anybody any other way. There's only like one or two
Almost forced into
services.
using something that the infrastructure is not there to
Yeah.
even ride on.
And that's kind of exactly where I think we're gonna be at. Like, we're trying to race these other countries to be like, oh yeah, we have this whole infrastructure for AI and all this other BS. But I think it's like they're playing us.
Well,
Like,
there's got to
I don't
be,
think
because you think about it, it's a total segment of the market that's being manipulated as much
Yeah.
as anything else. So
like
if
they're
you
just
think
taking
about it,
over
for somebody
everything.
like me with my brain, I can't quantify the type of power infrastructure that a server to process my stupid thumbnail questions into Chat GPT. I don't know what infrastructure that requires to work. I know they're paid models to Chat GPT. I know that most businesses that use Claude or Chat GPT are using the paid versions of it. So I know it's got a renewable source of income, but I don't know how sustainable it is because I don't have any idea what the costs outside of the programming are. I don't know what the hard costs are.
Like, I feel like there was a slow rollout for many years of this. Like, Google, we could have asked Google for like the last 20 years,
Yeah.
basically. Any of the questions you would ask, any of these other things, and you would have got something in the ballpark.
You'd get directed to the source, right?
It wouldn't have been written out for you in like an explanation, but you still would have got to where you wanted to go if you had the right, search words and stuff. But
That's a fact, Jack.
you know
Don't
what I
talk
found out
less
the other
piece,
day?
brother.
Not everybody cooks those tortillas that you get in the bag at the store. They just eat them. They pull them out the bag and put stuff in them. I did not ever do that. I've never known that people did that.
Fajitas, that's the only way we would eat fajitas. We'd make the meat and the vegetables in the
Yeah.
pan hot, right? And you'd put the hot meat, put the shredded cheese on it, and roll them in the soft flour tortillas and never cook them. That's the way that I consume. Yep. Fajitas is the only way I'll consume them. Now, quesadilla, which is something else I like, where you take two of them and flop them together and grill the meat and cheese. Those are grilled. But the raw tortillas, we would eat rolling fajitas, because like at the Mexican restaurant here, they'll bring you out your plate of fajitas and then a steamed, like warm tortillas, but they're not cooked because they're flexible. You roll up your fajitas at the Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them at the Mexican restaurant, but I never realized that people didn't. I always cook mine. I put a little butter in the pan and I cook them until they bubble up a little bit.
Because you're more sophisticated than most of us.
Well, no, that's how my Mexican friends would do it.
Well, I always just went hardcore regular on those guys, but I always cooked up my stuff. Yeah, see, I think it's going to be absorbed. There's so much weird stuff that I don't know, right? I don't think any of us can fully comprehend. And some people know it, but they're not going to tell us. I mean, I'm living the impact of it because I joke about it, but I literally worked. I'm International Ad Bureau certified. So I took a class to get an ad certification, that I had to take a test on a Saturday and had to check my phone in to a locker. It was a real test. It was stupid, but I took it on an ad technology that we all use. So when you buy ads, Kyle's talked about CPM of some of these golf YouTube channels, their cost per mil, which is cost per 1,000 impressions. All that's calculated in a fraction of a second. So when I turn on a YouTube video, if I served an ad, which I'm not going to do it, but y'all would all get different ads based on what your viewership is. And that ad transaction between the ad server and in real time, your screen is milliseconds, right? But there's thousands of calculations because people are bidding in real time for your eyeballs in ad space. It's nuts. And that's basic ad tech. But what we would do is basically build a campaign out. So you have to tell a campaign, I want to be in these 30 counties, or I want to be in this radius of this location if I've got a store, or whatever the case may be. You target not just a geographic area, but you target a demographic. You target a type of, you try to find Bill or Sally who buy your shit and send people like them ads. So where it got before we were let go was we were doing this thing called data matching, where if you were a big credit union or a bank, you could take your data that you've been collecting, right, in your personal database for years doing business, and you could upload it in this third-party company. I won't name the company, but there's a company that all the ad tech use. They've got a special clearance where they could absorb someone's data, and it would be free of the GDP laws, those international Google privacy laws. So a company, X Mount Credit Union, that's a made-up credit union, could upload their customer base, and they could serve ads just to those people's IP that had a checking account, but not a whatever that they wanted to monetize. But not only could that company do that, that company, once they upload their data, they could have us and this third-party company go out and find lookalikes. So what that means is credit card company A has their user database that they can now utilize to serve messages. Instead of just sending mailers to people's houses, they can send digital ads to people that have checking accounts about why you should get a CD or whatever. And then, since that's a finite number of people, they can take that list and the data would be analyzed, and it would spit out people in other counties or in other states, wherever you wanted to market, that had the same online habits as those people. They're called lookalikes. So we were using that system every day, which was basically training it how to think. And it's being used by all these companies now. I see ads for it. Pretty wild.
I just don't know why we need all these new data centers all of a sudden if we were capable of all that this whole time anyway.
That's what I don't know, the computing power that's required for ChatGPT.
I don't really care what they're going to tell me. I'm not going to believe it. I just don't. I refuse to see the need for gigantic new data centers. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't see a need for them because I don't understand it. And I think, like you say, there's much more. I would think if they were going to do something malicious, they would just do it. So I'm going to click on one of these I've already done.
Malicious shit all day long, every day. But you know,
this
is somebody else's pet project that they want everybody to get involved in. And I want nothing to do with it.
And I understand, and Kyle has perfect logic for that, and why he won't embrace it, and I don't blame him. I look at it as, for me, the horse is out of the barn. I don't need to use it, but I'm not giving anything secret. I'm going to show you guys something real quick that is a little behind the curtains, but it's one thing that I use AI for. And there's one video that I haven't done yet, and I want to show you something. It won't take but a second. I think you might find it interesting. So if I go to my YouTube studio, I've got one video in here that's not set to go live yet. It's this case video right here. This case small trapper single blade. See that?
Facts, Kyle. Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this link. I'm going to share it. I'm going to stop sharing that. And I'm going to share this. This is a free app I use that's powered by some kind of AI. It's not ChatGPT. I use that in just a second. But I take this app and I drop that link from that video into this app. Can y'all see that? Yeah. All right. It's showing it. And then I go import. And what it's doing at the slowest speed, which is going to be like a minute, but at the slowest speed, it is transcribing every word that's in that video that I just uploaded. So you'll see that move for a second. And it'll then start counting percentages up. And so what I do is when that's done, I download the text file. It gives me a text file. And what I'm able to do too on Squirrel Brain talking here is after every live stream, I can download the text log. I've never read it, but I can go look at everything that's being said in text and go back and you know, it's all happening around us, whether we want it or not. I'm letting this do it now. But when it's finished,
we're plugged into the machine, man. We're creating like a damn Ultron, you know?
Oh,
like
yeah.
Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it's almost like we're working towards some kind of.
But this is so what I'm doing is so
end.
basic that I don't feel like I'm giving up anything I wouldn't give up anyway. Because it's basically right now, it's taking words. I guess if my video was scandalous or something I didn't want, it would not be good to be uploading it to this because it saves it. But now it's done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this transcript and then I'm going to stop sharing. I'm just downloading it. I'm going to open it and stop sharing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this text. I've got all this text here. Copy it. And then instead of typing a question into ChatGPT, I'm going to go back over here and share it. Whoops. And we're almost done with our little exercise. I'm going to go to ChatGPT. And instead of typing in a question, I'm going to go down here to one I did a while back, and I'm just going to click it. And what that's going to do is you're going to see it think above it. I don't care anything about that. What I'm going to do is see where it's blinking right here? I'm going to paste the transcript of the video from the case knife. That's what that is right there. And then I'm going to click this button. I want you to watch how fast this happens. So what it just did is it created a title for me that I can copy and paste it into YouTube. And then I can take this description right here and copy it and paste it into YouTube and then customize it if I need to. And if I want to do keywords, which I don't, this has told me the keywords that are reflected in that video that I created. Now, there are other things that I've started playing with scripts. I don't use them because I don't like the way that they report. There's some of these scripts, I'm going to see if I can show you one, that give you a lot more information about how to, like this one here. This tells you what happened. This is a review of a Kaiser cannoli. And it says the key points from my review. This is what I liked. This is what I didn't like. This is what it's not good for. And it says the strongest sound bite. So it's telling me all this fucking data that I can't imagine I would ever want. It's giving me all this stuff for how to make a video title good. Now, people would say, well, what's that good for? What's it matter? Nothing except that other people use it. And I watch other
if you're
people.
really trying to optimize what you're doing with your YouTube channel, there's definitely a lot of useful tools in that direction.
That's
My problem
is I had to use
they're
it.
combining all this human knowledge into drones and dogs and other robots and shit to control us as humans, not, you know, on a YouTube
I get it.
or a search bar. You
I
know,
can see how it could
they
be.
always have to make it worse. I've seen a video the other day of some kind of a new little flying personal drone that stays like 3 or 4 feet right next to you, no matter what you're doing. You can run through a room with like there was like a SWAT team going through a school or something like that. And this little drone was sitting right here, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's just for surveillance." Yeah, until they put a gun on the damn thing.
Read what Terry wrote to me. How to achieve what? How can I achieve a firmer? What was the word she used? Can you read that? I thought maybe
Will AI help me achieve a firmer, sweeter smelling?
a firmer, sweeter spelling.
Are you putting that into AI?
Yeah, we're getting ready to look at what it says. Erection. But I wonder with shit like this.
I mean, I guess that's the best way.
How can AI? Because you've asked it what's your end goal, and it'll say to help you. And it's bullshit because you know it's not going to tell you we're here to eat you. How can AI help me achieve a firmer, sweeter smelling erection? Let's see what it says. Let me share it first. Watch how quick it figures this shit out. It might think for a second on this one. I wrote it right down here. Let's get all this out of the way. All right. It's thinking.
Hot pineapple juice.
See it blinking?
It's thinking.
It knows I've
It's gonna be like,
deviated from what I ask it to do every day.
Watch, you figured out the one question
Look,
that fries it.
AI can help you indirectly by helping you identify factors that affect erection quality and genital health, but it can't directly make an erection firmer or change its smell. For firmer erections, common factors that improve. For a sweeter or more pleasant smell, a healthy penis typically has a mild natural scent. There's no medical recommended way to make it smell sweet, quote unquote. To maintain a clean and present odor, wash daily with warm water. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
AI. No, I'm with you, AI. And I'm going to be friendly with it because it's never going to forget anything. So.
No, it'll remember. And I'm logged in. It knows it's me. So I don't care, though. You know, I'm not. What are they going to do? Come get me and say, why are you looking? Because of my Indian pills. You know, somebody told me it was not smelling as sweet as it should. I just think it's funny. I don't think AI is its own funny at all. Why does anyone ever show up to this channel? Because you should be up here, dude. We were talking about metal earlier. I did talk to Cooper about joining one night. He's on vacation with his family this week, but he's the one that made this. Is just happened to be a tiny knife that Nicole found. It was right next to Sharif's booth. And then the other guy I talked to today, Shane had commented on him. His name's Ethan. I don't know if y'all know who Ethan is. We met Ethan at Blade Show. Shane introduced me to Ethan. Shane met Ethan first. Ethan was carrying a big knife on his back. He's a maker. He's on Instagram, and he's got about 15,000 followers. So I don't know what he does, but I'm going to go to Instagram. I want to show y'all Ethan because he's hopefully going to be a guest soon. I think he's a maker.
Are you going to have Cooper on, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes. He said he would love to do that when he gets back and settled. So if I go Ethan.
Yeah, I like Cooper's style, man. I like his thinking.
American, not American is what he was. I forget which theater he was in, but he's a very active, decorated Marine. His little thing says, stay violent.
Oh, yeah. This is that dude that Shane was talking about, right?
Yeah. But he does these daily devotionals. Have you seen this shit? This is so good, man. Check this out.
Over there LARPing.
I got down for a little quickie right quick. Hold on. I got these stupid daggum roses. I ain't rose, man. Like
can y'all hear that?
You know what I mean?
It's low, but we can hear it.
Check it out. Oh, it's good. Are you ready? All right. Let's just jump to the commandments right quick. What are the 10 commandments?
He's going to get
Can you name them in order?
But the way he does it.
No other gods before God. Do not create.
He goes through a bunch of that stuff, but he ties it into real shit. Now, he's not that guy. That's him too.
But he's standing there with a King James Bible. I don't want to hear it.
I know. But, I mean, the dude is I would not want to be stuck.
Appalachia, 2 young boys now grown off to kill a turkey of their own.
He's got great content.
This is one of the tall tales of Rowdy Rogers and Marlboro Dan. Not a cigarette in sight.
And these are
Out to kill a
fucking
turkey
Marine dudes. I
before
mean,
night. From the hollers to the hills. Kel Luke custom kills.
that's where this dude's from, dude. He's the man.
You'd be surprised how much that looks like Jersey.
They got crossbows, dude.
Dude, I tried to kill a turkey with a bow before. It was embarrassing.
Don't they see real good or something? I know you got to be really.
That motherfucker just was like, he just ducked it, and then just stayed standing there. Like
I mean,
that.
dude, his content is freaky. Like this right here.
Welcome back to yet another day. Found me a little gold mine, my boy. Lord, look at that right there. Get
There
now.
you go.
Listen,
Some money right
First
there.
one. I ain't even got none in my bag yet. If y'all are out there wondering what these are, this is an old Indian secret, buddy.
Shane told you what's around his neck, right? And in his
Yeah.
braids of his hair, those are bobcat teeth.
These daggum things right here, they heal all wounds. They heal all headaches. They they'll regrow body parts and they make your pecker twice as long. That's how they Indian clump say. How? I just didn't understand.
He's just fucking great, man.
They're worth a good amount of money, but
that's his deal. And he's got these little episodes around these. And the dude was a joy to talk to. And that was him, I guess. Look, holding his beer.
Yeah.
But he's a real deal, man. I enjoyed thoroughly hanging out with him and would love to have him on to talk about whatever his stick is.
Yeah, he looks like he did some sniper work.
Because he's got, when you read his about, he's a.
But he is claiming they are making their own knives, but are listed.
That's a fly. Did you see that? Did you see what he just shot? A fly. Did you see that? What's this again?
Yeah, boy, look at them guts. That's a dead fly. That is a dead fly, fella. He's on. I don't know. All I know is a mean thing.
But that's one of his little things is he's a competition shooting instructor.
I wish I had the money, man.
Hey, he's a cool guy, man. I mean, you talked to him, didn't you, Bugsy?
Nah.
All right, we are back.
No, I didn't see.
We are live. I've got the 6.5 dialed in. We are at 280 yards.
6.5 Creed. I'd like to shoot some of that. I haven't really had any time behind one of those.
I'm going to try to hit this thing in the upper portion of the plate just to give it some love on that downward momentum. And
I get the feeling he's done this real time.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's kind of cheap now, though. With that rig, that thing's not going anywhere. It's nice, though, when you got enough money to...
I mean, he's just a cool cat, man. I mean, and he's in the wilds of Appalachia. I mean, I think he lives it. He lives it. Yeah, every day. Little 410 shot there. Got that turkey. But a really cool guy, man. And I'd like to know his story. I'd like to know what I think that big knife on his back he made. I'm not sure. There's a fucking elk or some shit.
He seems like one of them guys, though. You're never gonna find out his real story. He'll make up something new every time he talks to you. It feels like, you know what I mean?
Very possible.
Just to be like that, like fun, like
very possible.
I mean, I got a couple of friends of mine that are like that. That like you're like it's like talking to Jim Carrey. Like,
well, the story about these, these right here, he sells. Yeah. And Shane and I could not get a price from him on these.
Yeah, you said because they sell like immediately for absurd
over
prices.
$1,000.
Yeah. I mean,
and they may. I don't know. Don't know, man. I mean, again,
I've got to go. Isn't that the one, Kyle? Isn't that? Wait, is this the same one? Let me see. Hold on. Kyle made it.
I'm not
looking. This is the one that was. This is one that's made it. Reckman, right? Is this the same one, Kyle?
No, this is Ethan Rogers. Ethan Rogers is his name. I don't think it's. Let's see what the channel is. Hold on. He does have some kind of name. American, not Americanist. Ethan Rogers, Stay Violent. Rowdy Rogers is his TikTok and YouTube. So he's got a YouTube channel, Rowdy Rogers. He's probably laughing at me. He's probably got like 100, 200,000 followers on YouTube. Like, why is this guy calling me on Instagram? Go to YouTube and go to Rowdy Rogers. I just don't know what kind of content he makes. Probably just Rowdy.
He's just being silly out there, you know. Doing his
Well,
thing.
I mean, yeah, he was just, there was something about him, and I don't know what it was, but something about him that was very, very captivating. Like he could be a public speaker, or he could be.
He's probably gonna be a preacher soon.
I don't know, man. Was it 0311? Yeah, that's him. Stay Violent. These looks like a hunting and survival stuff. I'm gonna subscribe. I'm subscribed to him. All right. So anyway, he's an interesting guy. Very, very. When we met him, Shane brought me over to talk to him, and shit, I was talking about that other company John was promoting. Oh, CountyCom. Dude, I'm a big CountyCom fan, and I was a CountyCom fan long before I had a channel. I bought a bunch of shit from them. I can log in to any of the companies that I promote, except for some of the knife companies, because I never bought directly from them, and show you everything I bought, like Blade HQ.
We must have had that conversation already, because like I kind of put them in order, right? Like we talked about one thing and then the other. Is that why I'm attributing the two together?
I can't remember anything. The company says they make their knives, but address is Reckman.
No, damn it, John. The company that says
Reckman. I remember we were talking about that.
He's gonna come in here just out of frustration.
Well, hopefully he will, because he could tell me. I can't. I know he's typing pissed off as hell, because I hate typing. That's why I'll lurk in live streams. I won't even type because I don't want to miss somebody. I do remember that, Kyle. Olive Knife. Was that Olive?
Where did I put my?
I can't remember. We look at so many. Hellbender. They're a small company. Yeah, that's... You're right. Let me go to. Let's see what it says on Instagram.
Now you got him back in there, Kyle.
I'm not gonna go promote them. I'm just looking to try to remember, because I saw so many companies at Blade Show, and I remember I saw their knives advertised in the last couple of days on River's Edge Cutlery. Yeah, Hellbender Blade Co. Knives made in the U.S. Now he doesn't say he makes them in the U.S. He does say they're made in the U.S. But I'm not gonna promote him. It was Hellbender.
No,
but I am talking to him because I do want to find out more about him, because a lot of those guys, like TKL, doesn't make knives. But I carried my Raider today. I already put it up. I've got my little DP right here. And it's still a USA made production knife that I love, a lot of them.
Just a little DP.
Little DP for Dale Peterson. It could be thought of the wrong way, but that was his father-in-law carried this around the backwoods of Kentucky, allegedly. And he made it for him, a one-off. He wanted to have them on the stream and act like there was no, I knew that I went by their table. When I say a small company, it's two guys that probably ventured out like Andrew and found somebody to make his knives. Now I know Rackman's bigger, but I get it, that some people that design knives don't make them. But I think Hellbender, when I talked to him at Blade Show, they were at a table. They were one row, like if you were standing at Sharif's booth looking at Sharif, Bugsy, and you looked over your right shoulder, they were the booth right there on the next aisle facing the same way Sharif was, one aisle closer to the door sleeve. To the right, if you were standing at the corner of Sharif's booth. No, they don't. And did he advertise they were in house? I don't remember. Let me go and look at their site. Let's do some investigating. Let me see what it says here. Help if there's one. We always mark the type of steel we'll use. And again, I've not I do remember talking about these guys. I do have very, very strong ADHD. So all the specifics I need to. Right. So that's the Legos template. And then if we go, River's Edge is the one where I've seen their knives. Did we decide that this might be River's Edge Cutlery or is Rec? I don't. Let's look up here and go to their site.
Reckman, or something like that.
Yeah, let's go to Hellbender Blade. I'm gonna stop sharing and go to the other site. We're gonna share their site. I don't remember. Like I know Luft Concepts had a knife made in the States, but they don't say they made it. Let's see what it says. This is I was looking at this is a picture of the shop. At our facility, every product is crafted. Yeah, we talked about, would that mean if their facility, the people that made their knives, if I had a guy and a partner company, could I say it's my people?
Maybe one of the guys that works for Reckman started Hellbender.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't. I'm sure he'd tell me.
Just allowed to use the facilities or something.
How'd we find out? Did we find that building? I think something.
Well, no, Kyle mentioned. I think that the machines looked awful familiar.
Yeah,
like,
and
the
they
shop
probably do.
itself
This
looks familiar.
shirt probably tells us something. And I think we looked at the address. They Google Earthed it or something. Again, I just don't. I don't know.
Give me a good product for a good price. I don't really give a shit.
But I just, but I don't know how.
Shouldn't be misleading if that's the.
But I don't know if it is. If it is misleading, I don't know. The Hellbender is more than
that's
just a
cool.
name.
There's a real Hellbender.
It's a remarkable mysterious aquatic salamander that embodies strength. Blah blah blah.
World's largest salamanders. Those things are cool as hell.
I had something that was like that lived in an aquarium in my house that got away twice, and I found it under the refrigerator, and then I finally found it in the closet like jerky. But it wasn't. It was gray. It was a little thing that looked like that. It had gills and had like an aquarium.
Axolotl.
But I just don't know if they say anywhere that. I don't know.
We found it somewhere. They said.
Yeah, I
something
know
about,
we did.
I
know we did. The language was kind of like it wasn't all the way up front. But I don't know if I had a company, if I would say, like if I had Javon's Knives and I had Tim Kell making them for me, I'd still call it Javon's Knives. Would I say Javon's Knife made by T Kell, or would I just say T Kell's my OEM?
I mean, you could say
I'm not in the chat, dude.
In-house at T Kell.
Oh, there we go.
You know,
go halfway down the homepage and read the BS marketing. All right, let me go back.
All right, let's go back.
No, I can't see. I'm not looking at the chat. That's the whole thing.
No, Kyle does not.
All of our knives are made with precision CNC machines, ensuring tight tolerances. American manufacturing. We source everything we possibly can from the U.S. and manufacture all our products, including the hardware, right here in our shop. All right, and that's I think what we were talking about.
But if that is their shop,
they say Hellbender Blade Co. We looked at this address, I think 4601 Lyman Drive in Hilliard. I think when we looked at that, let me drop this into Google. Now my memory's coming back. Hold on.
I don't know what my dogs are doing up there.
I'm going to drop it in Google, and it comes up as River's Edge Knife Company. Hold on a sec. I don't know if this is definitive or is this just down the street? Because I've got, this guy will probably tell me. Street Beach. There's River's Edge Cutlery, so it's right next door. It's their machine shop. And that's why River's Edge is the OEM or the exclusive dealer for them, maybe, right? Because that is Rec right there. I see the sign through the trees. See it?
Yeah.
And then this is their machine shop because I know that they were doing some OEM work, but it never came to fruition. They were going to do it for Luft. Very interesting. But if we go back to Hellbender Blade, maybe they are River's Edge Cutlery dealers. Nope, they got other dealers too. Which would make sense if they started making knives, right? And they wouldn't name them River's Edge Cutlery.
Well, yeah, I mean, it may even be like a family deal, like maybe their, nephew, cousin, brother, somebody in law, figured they can kind of corner a little bit of a
But
market there.
Reckman didn't come out. Reckman
All in one
is
house.
River's Edge Cutlery. Kyle, let me pull up Reckman. Hold on, because it didn't pull up under the address. Reckman didn't. So if I go Reckman,
Reckman is River's Edge, is what
Yeah.
you're saying, though, right?
yeah, they were there. Yes,
Okay.
Reckman
Well, yeah, I guarantee you, it's some kind of
partnership or
family member,
OEM knife manufacturing. Let me see what
somebody's
this address
son.
is. Hold on. I just found Reckman's site. If this is it, yeah, 4601 Lyman Drive. Kyle is right on the money. But Reckman, I think, if we dig into it, because its colors, the colors are exactly like River's Edge Cutlery. Past projects. There's the Hellbender, right there on their page. They're not hiding it.
I like the design on it.
Vero, they made Vero's little thing.
Yeah, see, they're probably just like a manufacturing facility,
They make some hardware. Hellbender's all over their site, so they're not secret squirreling it. But I don't know why. And those are Knives by Nuge, aren't they? Is that a Wicket? Is that a Knives by Nuge? I don't know whose maker's
I
mark
can't
that
tell.
is. Can't either. Woods Monkey? I've never heard of them.
Woods Monkey. I don't know, but that's cool. I mean, where else would a monkey be? But I don't know.
Yeah, services we offer: custom hardware, surface grinding, tumbling, laser marking. Yeah, they're River's Edge Cutlery's sister company. Because that's where River's Edge Cutlery does their Cerakote. That's what they used to do. I'm not reading the chat. Is Kyle just blaming? Let me stop.
No, Terry's head's gonna explode if you don't read his comments.
I don't remember though, dude. Remember, I'm on medically approved weed, and I've got bad ADHD. One's to treat the other, and it does nothing but exacerbate the case. So I do remember that conversation, and I just retraced my steps, and I probably wouldn't have had to do it.
Every single time Terry has enough patience to go through each guy. Like
He's typing, I'm not looking.
He puts it back out. He puts it back out again. He gets a little more frustrated. Explains, please read my above comments.
And I'm not looking at any of them. And I thought y'all knew I don't see comments.
And then it gets to a point where
I feel terrible.
They're going to be caps locked soon.
See, the whole thing is I wouldn't see caps locks. I wouldn't see super caps. I don't see shit. Because when I go behind the screen, I don't see
totally
anything.
difficult.
What I used to do is have chat running over here, but it doesn't work either because my monitors aren't lined up like they were at my office. And if I can't read the chat over here, it's just jacked up. I'm sorry. I'm in the chat. I'm gonna grab the cat and come back to the chat. So y'all chill for 1 second. Talk to Bugsy. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that shit's funny, man. Yeah, you guys kill me with that though. I peek over at the comments as I'm trying to listen, but it's like, I don't want to straight up interrupt them or nothing. Terry, man. Kyle, you should just come up here so we can make fun of him together. I mean, because he's not reading your comments. I mean, I know you want me to interrupt him regardless, because I think he makes it his job to interrupt you. But same thing as Shane. But I thought that was an inside thing between you guys. But night, Sierra. Catch you next time, man. Interrupt him. No, I don't. It's his channel. I'm not. I ain't that guy. He lays the groundwork quite well, though. We've been over those subjects quite a few times. We should all remember that stuff by now. Like, we should have whatever he's got a video going on, and it's pretty well ingrained. What's everybody carrying recently? Anything good?
Man, I just walked into a cat fight. Whew. I walked out there and Cheeto, the orange cat's out there. Puck's disappeared. The cat that was hanging out with me for a while.
Yeah.
He's never came back after during Blade Show. But this other cat has returned that hangs out down the street, lives down the street, and Tippy hates this motherfucker. And I went out there and it was like just like talking shit. And I had to pick up Tippy and walk Tippy past the other cat. And I'm a little winded. That was a little heavy. Whenever I go way off the rails, Todd, I don't do it intentionally. And I watch tonight. I crept some in Tri-States live, and he does a good job. But he's navigating. He's got a plan where he's just showing websites and going over knives and stuff. And I could do a live like that, but I'm just not about that, really.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Terry. That's why it's funny. Yeah,
my memory is the worst. And think about it. I take care of an aging dad who's got dementia. So I'll probably have dementia if I don't already.
I don't believe in shock therapy.
Not to mention all my abuse that I put my body through in my 20s and 30s and most of my 40s. In my teens, to be quite honest. I guess I started getting nuts at about 15, 16. No tip. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
She just walked over my soundboard. I don't know what she changed.
I didn't notice anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. You know, I'd love to be kept on track. What the hardest thing that I have with Gary is the delay. For some reason on his mic, he's got a delay. And I'll say something and then he won't answer right away. And I'll be like, say something else and he'll start to answer. And I'm like, fuck. And I've got to remember that Gary doesn't hear shit except about 5 seconds after it's said, which doesn't make for a fluid conversation. Now, tonight he didn't have that problem. When he's in his little studio or his basement working, he does. But yeah, I'm trying to get TRM in Knives and More, and I'm having trouble there with the old guy. And I'm trying to get Gary into Knives and More. I think there's viable space for both of them. TRM's a no-brainer, and I just don't know. I'm waiting for Kaiser to send me an app. I talked to them at the dinner. They supposedly got a dealer program now, and Tate wants information to see what their margins are.
So I've been carrying the Space Monkey at work, and the only downside I've noticed is the pivot screw loosening up on its own just from me messing with it.
Have you tried to Loctite it?
No, not yet.
I
don't usually Loctite things, but
that Tate tried to take apart today that was hot glued. All the body screws were hot glued.
Hot glue?
Hot glue. It was caked in there.
That's not even a good glue. That's like...
No. Well, Lefty went through a time where he was showing everybody. Ryan went over to his booth last year at Blade Show to tell him how many knives he fucked up, super gluing them. I would never do that. I always watch Lefty do it. I don't even like to use Loctite. When I do, I use this right here. I've had one stick the whole time I've been in the knife game. And this, I just dip my screw. If it's like my pocket clip screws, I'll just dip them in there. After, every 6 months, I might raise it 1/4 of an inch and knock the shit off the top so it's fresh, but it doesn't drip, and I can get them off.
Yeah, I haven't had good luck with that shit, but what I usually do is I'll take something and I'll mark a point on the pivot so I can tell when it rotates.
So you're watching the screw actually move?
Well, no, not as I'm doing it, but especially with my firearms and stuff, I mark everything, every little pin, everything that can, come unscrewed or rotate. I'll put a mark on both sides of it and the other, so I can tell where it's rotating and when it's moving.
And that's a fact right there. If you Loctite anything, you want to let it sit for at least 48 hours is probably best. I don't think that stuff works that well. But firearms, I don't guess I have anything on my SIG that's screwed that I've had come loose. I know on long guns you do more. I took him ice cream today, fuckface. I take him ice cream like every 3 days. Today he called me at work 4 times to ask me the same question. I was like, yeah, Dad, I'm bringing you ice cream after work. Oh, you are? I'm just trying to figure out how to get down to 5 points to get some ice cream because he's a sneaky, lying son of a bitch. He always was. He gets ice cream when I say he can have ice cream. Tell me I can't go to the Kansas concert in 1982. How about fuck you and your ice cream? How about that, Dad? I'm kidding. I take care of Dad. But it is annoying. It's not his fault, and I realize that. But it is annoying when he calls with the same issue, and I have to solve it in his mind 3 or 4 times. And the other issue I'm having is his morning caregivers, the ladies that get paid very good money, have not been there. He's not taken his morning medicine the last 3 mornings, and I've not been notified that he was not taking it. So my brother, who communicates with them because he's the power of attorney, is trying to get information to find out, and she didn't call back today. And this is a reputable company that has people that work for them. So it's one of those things where I'm getting ready to have to go off on somebody. It's like babysitting for somebody I don't like.
Is it technically hospice care?
No,
Okay.
it's memory care.
I know there's been a lot of problem with the hospice.
I'm sure it's the same type of thing because what I've learned from having to turn off his phone, and a lot of people his age, they live forever, right? So healthy, they're fine, but they lose their minds, and people prey on them to, take advantage of them and shit. And I think there's just a huge need. I know when we first tried to get him in medical care or memory care, we had him in a home until COVID. And then we made the decision to move him out during COVID because we didn't think he'd live that long. Motherfucker's still kicking like a little fucking banning ninja. He used to couldn't get out the locked doors. I'll never forget this motherfucker. His doctor told him years ago he shouldn't be driving. Years ago. And he's like, he can't tell me what the law is. And so we finally tricked him to go get a psychological evaluation done for liability reasons to make sure he was able to drive a car. So there's a place in Huntsville where you take old people, where I thought it was kind of known that we're going to walk them through these paces and then tell them they can't drive anymore. Well, I'll be damned if my brother and I weren't there and they come walking through the hall and the lady looks at us and said, well, he passed all the stuff back there. We're going to go drive around the cemetery and see how he does. So she was taking him on like a driving test.
Yeah.
He got his license, able to use it except for the hours of 5 and 8 p.m. So the first thing he does is gets us to take him to get his car to drive out to the memory care facility. And they found out 2 days later out there that he had a car, and that's a huge no-no, evidently. We were called like at 1 o'clock in the morning because he'd been trying to sneak out to go see his girlfriend. He got caught. I mean, it's been one thing after another. I mean, and this is like dealing with a 12-year-old guy who traumatized you your whole life, and he's looking for ways to sneak around and do shit he shouldn't do.
Hey, you can't hold a guy down,
No,
I
I have to give him credit on that. I mean, I say I don't date anymore. Well, when I talked to my brother today to tell him that he didn't take his medicine again, and I found out when I went up there tonight to take him his ice cream that he hadn't taken it yesterday because the thing turned around enough when his evening dose went where I could see that he fucking didn't take his morning dose. And I don't call him in the mornings because he's got people that we pay to go over there. And Fred told me that when he first talked to Rachel, the lady he's in charge with, he said Dad had gotten handsy. Well, once when we first had him go over there, they were like, Mr. Evans, you need to take a shower. And he was like, well, if you'll go in there and wash me. So he gets fucking handsy and does stupid shit, and like reverse back to being, I don't know. And I'm like, I'm humiliated. I'll get the phone call.
You give a guy a shot and a piece of paper that says he might not be quite right in the mind. He's got a lot of
license to be a fucking exactly. And the worst thing is every weekend, without fail, he'll call me and I'll go, hey, Dad. Hey, he goes, it happened again. The motherfucker stole my car. Like, Dad, we've talked about this. Your car's not stolen. He goes, well, I got to get to the office tomorrow, and I'm at my lake house. And that's something that we never knew about, his lake house in Tennessee, that he's told me in grave detail how it looks and shit. They must have at one time existed. I think he just used it to run whores. But whatever reason, he's convinced that he's stuck up there and he's got to get back here to go to work. And who's going to get him? I'm like, Dad, how'd you get there? You know, you can't. And he'll like, I did. I'm like, no, if you look out your back porch, is there a blue pool cover back there? Yes. Dad, you're home. No, I'm not. You know, and it's just like, it drives you crazy.
Yeah.
And I have these conversations every day, dude. It's just like, whoa, it's just hardcore.
It's tough. And actually, they say that the more time you spend around people that are slowly losing their mind, it actually can rub off on you if you don't like keep yourself sharp.
What you got, what I've learned,
your minds tend to get on the same wavelength.
What I've learned that I've got to do, and I've learned this from watching TED Talks about it, is breathe. Focus on my breathing the whole time I'm around and make sure I'm trying to therapeutically breathe, because you'll find yourself holding your breath. And they think that could be one cause of older people that had high stress jobs. He was an attorney. I don't know if he was stressed, but holding their breath. And I've caught myself when I'm doing something, you know, holding my breath because I'm tense. Playing guitar, I hold my breath sometimes. And you're supposed to always keep a steady oxygen flow to your brain. They think it could make it over time crystallize, or it could be all kinds of shit. Who knows? But yeah, he's an absolute trip. I'm surprised he hadn't called tonight. It's because he's probably got about 4 ice cream cones left. He'll probably call me tomorrow about lunchtime, be through with them. Gareth, what is up, brother? Gareth sends inspirational Facebook or Instagram messages out there. He puts out some positivity in the world. That's for shiz. So what do you guys got going all week? Are you working or are you at home, Bugsy? I can't tell.
I mean, I'm home, but I got a 3-hour trip in the morning up to Cold Spring Harbor, New York. Working on what's that?
It's just been hot as shit, you said?
It's hot. It's super humid. It's been on the verge of rain for like days. It rained pretty hard the one day yesterday, and then it rained a little bit today, but it's just the humidity hangs and it sucks.
Is it a job you've been on all week, or did you just go back and forth to, or will it be your first time on it?
This one is funky. As they do certain phases, you have to be re-security cleared. This is a lab up in Cold Spring Harbor in New York.
Brother.
And as they go into phases, we go back and forth. Right now, we're in the final phase for the labs. We're doing all the final connections inside and on the roof. So it'd be nice to finish that, but it's 3 hours to get there at least.
And do you stay over once you get up there? Do you just stay there?
Not that one. That's out in like out towards like Long Island in New York. There's not a ton of hotels that are affordable. It's kind of a weird place. Like, it's endless houses. As far as you could, is miles and miles that way, miles and miles in every direction. It's all it's suburbia for
all residential.
Yeah, it's insane. It'll take you a half hour to go get a slice of pizza. Like, just because it's to get anywhere, especially with the work trucks, because a lot of the roads there you can't have
cars, and then there is pavement. Is it
There's a lot of cars, but everything is very, like I said, it's just residential forever. So to get anywhere, to find like a store, it takes forever. Unless you're going to like a little gas station.
So are you in usually industrial areas? Are you working in like an industrial area where there's a business, or are you in that residential area doing the work?
It depends. A lot of stuff's hidden in residential areas. A lot of critical infrastructure is hidden right inside of residential areas. So that's a lot of stuff.
So there's not stuff around it. Yeah, I got you.
Well, no, there'll be houses right next door to a place that looks like a house, but it's not a house. It's a water pump that's 4 stories deep that runs to the park that's behind all the houses, but it looks just like one of the houses.
That's kind of covert and trippy.
There's that shit's everywhere, dude. They do it for cell stuff, for data stuff, for water.
I've seen YouTube videos on buildings that, like, there's one in New York that's like 20 stories, no windows, and they call it something. It's just like a big data center or something weird. Nobody really knows what it is. These mysterious buildings that have
Yeah.
existed for, a lot of time.
Yeah, a lot of times that's,
And
government
they're there
stuff.
before the technology was that they're talking about why they're there now. There's just some weird history to some of that shit.
There's a lot of underground stuff that people don't really know exists, and a lot of those buildings that are real weird are like vents and water purification and everything for those underground facilities and tunnels and everything else.
I'm sure the chat knows, but I just learned about the tunnels under Las Vegas through YouTube videos. The people that live under Las Vegas when it's not flash flooding, they've got complete cities down there.
Yeah.
That people the homeless live down there like till it rains, I guess, like kings. Or they have they have the run of the place down there. It's got power run down there and all kinds of shit. And I think under New York, there's all kinds of infrastructure.
There's tons of stuff everywhere.
And the creepiest videos, if you want to jump down some black hole rabbit shit, is look at how deep the land under the Vatican goes.
Oh yeah.
And how many
Vatican's interesting.
oh my God. And how many layers of civilization, how many layers of history has been in that same fucking physical spot forever. And then just it's deep, dark, weird shit, man.
Yeah, dude, we work on a lot of weird shit. Some stuff I'm not even allowed to ask questions about. Just put stuff in and walk away,
Because you got that type of clearance where you just got to be see no evil, hear no evil.
Yeah, I call it's basically they just background check the shit out of you. Like that's just all it really is. They already know. They can just Facebook me. You know what I mean? They don't.
Yeah, any
gotta jump
now
through all
and
the
then.
hoops and all the bullshit. We used to have a lot of security stuff for like schools. Not anymore. I could walk into a school with my hard hat and a clipboard on. Fucking walk me right to the roof.
Really?
Yeah, nobody gives a shit.
See, when my daughter was in school here 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, it was always I always had to get buzzed in, and it was always something in Alabama to get in.
Yeah. Oh no, I can get buzzed in. I got a hard hat.
Dude, I've got probably
It's the stupidest
18 setups of longboards right now, and I've kind of been scared to ride them because I don't currently have medical insurance. And I used to ride them, not hardcore, but I rode them all around, like on flatlands. And I always wore a helmet. But when I had Grateful Panic living with me, he broke his fucking arm on a skateboard.
Dude,
and that would be my luck.
Skateboards are not to be messed with.
But I've been on them since 1976, dude. I'm convinced that that's kept me somewhat young. Like Jay Adams said, you don't get old. You don't quit skateboarding because you get old. You get old because you quit skateboarding.
Yep.
Well, he died at like 57, had a heart attack, but he was on a surfboard in Hawaii. So who won?
Yeah.
He shouldn't have lived past his 20s. He was one of those that went down the serious California drug scene. He was one of the original Dogtown skaters.
That's awesome.
But he recovered and went out to live his older years surfing waves in Hawaii and died of a heart attack in the surf, which to me is perfect timing.
Well, it's a little serendipity,
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to linger. I mean, my dad's got a pretty good situation because he doesn't know what's going on with him. And people have said that that's the way that your brain can get ready for, that's one way that it can cope. But I don't know that's to be the truth. But I do know that getting old is not for pussies. And if I was up to it, I always used to say, when I get ready to go, I would ideally like to be walking my dog. Well, she passed away. I outlived her and get hit by a car, on the skateboard, not have her get hit, have her be on the grass, maybe skating and go out that way, instead of lingering in an old folks home or some shit like that.
Yeah.
I don't ever want that or be a burden on my daughter. I never want to be that.
Yeah. My grandfather passed away last week. And,
oh, dude, I'm sorry.
Thanks, man.
That sucks.
He's in his 90s, and he was the last of his generation, and like it was hard to convey that to my kid. Like my son knew that he passed away, we told him, but I found it hard to like kind of convey that there's like a generational gap, like.
And that was
Like he understood like, what's that?
How old's your son?
He just turned 5 a couple months
Oh
ago.
yeah.
So he's definitely young, but he's really like advanced when it comes to like concepts like that.
Right.
Like we always like talk to him like he's an adult.
Yeah, you were
So
saying that.
you know, he's very far along with that kind of like he can sit down and have a conversation with you. You know, you like feel better about yourself. He's a good kid. But yeah, it was the questions he had were interesting. I can't remember him right now, but like it's not a typical question like a kid. So it was
Deeper and more connected that you expect to come out of somebody 5 times.
yeah, and like nuanced, you know, like not just like straight up like, well, where did he go? Like he already had, you know, that he was already like, you know, 10 paces past that, you know, like
But still had the questions that a curious mind's going to have when they're faced with something the first time that he's been faced with something probably that heavy of that magnitude.
Yeah, he said, is he with Seiji too? You know, because I told him that he went to the spirit world. You know, because he saw a cartoon that he liked that when the one person passed away, they went to like the spirit world, and that kind of seemed to click with him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw him kind of understand it a little bit more than just like they're gone. You know, so I kind of changed.
A concept to base it by.
Yeah, I kind of rolled with it a little bit when our dog passed away, and then so he was asking me, you know, how long until he's with Sage? You know, like in the spirit world, like how long does it take?
Yeah, when will he?
And I was like, oh shit, like
that's a good one, yeah. But it's logical
like,
if you think about it from a pure mind.
Yeah,
that's an absolute logical next step if you're thinking. Which he's thinking, man, that's cool.
That's what I mean. I was like, damn it. Like I was trying to like, you know, because you can kind of like cut the question off before it gets to that point.
Yeah.
With another kind of interest, or like you can try to answer that on the back end, but you'd have to like circle that back into all the other ones before you're just, well, what about?
Yeah, that's the downside of having a brilliant, curious kid is they will press you on shit. You're like, God, how do you go get? And you realize how logical thinking is supposed to work. And when you see it work, it's just, especially I can only imagine it when it's not corrupted by public education, all that other crap, you know, that you can just be a free thinker. He can probably really think on his own.
Yeah.
Dude.
I think I ended up telling
him.
I told him, I told him that time doesn't go the same. Time's not the same in the spirit world. So it'd be hard to explain to him how much time it would take here. And he accepted that. So I was like, all right, thank God.
Yeah, and then you have the time continuum space that seems to captures just the movement of its hands conversation with him, you know, that time is just a blink or it's a lot of fucking time.
Yeah, Kyle, there's no trick in my kid. He would take the ice cream and be like, okay.
He'd work it out to his advantage. Yeah.
He's my kid. There's no getting him off the subject.
Bugsy and his better half are pretty sharp tools. And I do totally agree with y'all's method of parenting. I think it's awesome.
He's a lot of fun, man. I want to kind of slow him down a little bit because I want to get him back to basics more. He thinks he understands things.
But that's the only way you press yourself is to push yourself to learn and then realize that you don't have it figured out. And you can't really control that. He's almost got to do it. At this point, you started the momentum. You got to be there to guide him around the rocks. But in terms of dialing it back, good luck with that because curious minds are curious minds.
Yeah, I mean, not that I want to like, I just want to redirect it back to the beginning. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, that's your natural.
Like the
being
basics
a parent.
of fishing.
You want it. You don't want him to be getting older. And what you'll find is each year, even though you think, oh, that was the best, you know, even though when you're going through colic or something like we went through, it was like shitty. Then you look back on it, you're like, oh, life was so much simpler then. Then you realize, like, I had a conversation Sunday with my daughter, Father's Day. She's 26 now. And I was just so proud of some of the shit she was talking about. She broke up with her boyfriend after 2 years because he just needed to do some work on finding out what he wanted. You know, she's at a place where she doesn't feel, it was pretty intense shit, you know, that she was laying on me that I was proud of her for being independent. But I also know that politically, we are so, and not politically, but just on life, on the trust, the things that she's been taught are just crazy stuff. I mean, I think, or I'm so far out in the dark, but I'm a critical thinker. So even though Kyle and them make fun of me for, riding the fence and shit, I do think about a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about. I'm not always right about it, but some of the stuff she talks about as the gospel, I look at it as, how could you even believe that's true? And I don't think I'm that far removed. I just think it's the indoctrination because I went through it when I went. And, I just remember it. I remember arguing with my dad about the same kind of shit.
That's when you can just be like, oh, that's cute.
Well, to me, it was just kind of nutty. And again, we've learned we don't talk about that shit. I told her it all breaks down to what do we each believe, and if you take a lot of people on different sides of the faction the room and ask them basic life questions, they all want the same shit. Security, the feeling, hope. They don't, we're not as different as this media spins us to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the government would like us to be.
Have you seen the coverage of the FIFA World Cup stuff?
I've seen some of it. I'll tell you what I see, and they'll laugh because I only see it on Twitter because I don't watch regular TV. But the women of the FIFA, I see all these different women from different countries. They'll show the most beautiful on this one Twitter feed. Yeah. And I wonder if it's even AI. I wonder if they're either there's most likely AI women.
But there are
what's going on there news wise.
Women that are really into football and soccer. But I just really like how all the different like the Albanians were in Kansas. I think it's the Albanians, maybe I'm wrong now. Maybe I'm just being racist.
You're trying to give them credit.
The South Koreans that were in Mexico, the Scottish that were in Boston, these people had great times together. Spreading each other, sharing each other's cultures and stuff over football, and you can clearly see that there's no real beef between the people for any real reason. It's always these government entities, these people pushing all this hate and separation and all this shit. It's just nice to kind of see it out in the open and on TV for once, instead of just division. Like we only see the fights going on in the streets.
Yeah, and they say Olympic Village is a place that's awesome. Granted, there's a lot of bad shit that happens there, but usually it's not. Usually it's just a bunch of young kids that are together for the joy of the sport that they're competing in, and the countries might drive division, but it would be nice to see people just sharing their cultures and letting them overlap. And that's what I think evolution should have been about. I don't know where we got off that track.
I don't think we did. That's what I mean. I think we're being purposely divided. I think it's all because like I said, I lived outside the country for a long time, and it's just not at all like we've been told it is. It's just, it's the same thing with the Brits that are coming here and realizing that this country's beautiful,
because they've been told all along, they've been told that it's a different place than it is. I'm looking down here. I'm not.
It's just like, it's the same thing for everybody though. Some people are told the grass is greener. Some people are told, we're just a bunch of trolls. So
and we're probably judged a lot by what our stupid government does.
Oh, absolutely. That's the whole thing. It's interesting to see it though. I like it. We need more Scottish people coming to every town. Party it up.
To wake us up.
Just party us up. Bring that Scottish spirit around.
Absolutely, man.
Going at 6 a.m. Put the cones on the statues. Let's get it going.
I just dropped my a little spear I was playing with, one of my little pokers off my little hook. A little what do I call it? My grappling hook. And I've got all that shredded paper that I cut up. Zach, dropping gifted memberships. Dude, welcome, Zach. Let me see who got the membership so I can welcome them aboard. Kyle Coonley received a gifted membership from Zach Stuff. He needs to give you a hug, but I'm going to give you a huge man hug, Zach. Thank you, brother. Kyle, you can come win a knife on Sunday, buddy. Lately, it's been 2 knives. You can win a Kaiser and a fixed blade.
Kyle's definitely showing up for that.
4 o'clock. Kyle can get in anyway. He's been in my members' live streams before. He's been on them. Thank you, Zach. Good seeing you, buddy. Look at Kyle. damn it. I wish I could refund you.
Yeah.
You should be able to gift it on. And I should be able, if I had more fans, I should be able to gift memberships, but I can't. I know some people have that. And I was reading in the YouTube group of people that chat, and they were saying that YouTube's brought direct messages to some of the bigger accounts. Some of the guys in there have the ability within YouTube to direct message. I don't. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want people direct messaging me, but I guess it's easier than people reaching out via email. I don't know, but I don't have you can't gift from here. I can't, but like I know Metal Complex is at the point where he's got so many I can do a members only live stream. I can do start a poll or start a question audience. Metal Complex gifts memberships on every one of his lives. He's able to go in and like gift out 10 memberships. I'm gonna get my flashlight one. Where's that? I heard it hit the ground. That's what, there it is. That's what I lost, and I didn't want the cat to find it.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like a shank.
Yeah, you know, they'll just swallow it like geniuses.
Oh yeah, they're so
Cats, dude.
so bright.
Pain in
They're
the
so
ass.
bright. Like I said, I just
did you-
walked out to the nastiest cat fight.
There's a guy on I think it's on YouTube or Instagram who he's like a veterinarian and like a doctor, and he figured out that there are certain words that actually mean something to cats. Like you can tell them like these little noises, like meh means like come here, and people try it and it works. It's
I'll
like
tell
they
you,
have
man,
a little language.
I've thought there. I've seen this. I guess it's called a meme, but it's a picture of a cat, like a drawing of a cat, and inside it's a little alien crouched down inside like a cat costume. Because cats are bizarre, man. I mean, if you ever live with cats, it'll be like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm up at that time. The cat will have been asleep, chilling, and all of a sudden the cat's up on my hutch, jumping around doing weird shit, and that has no reason to be, but just being weird, a weird animal.
Yeah, man, I think they kind of live on the other side a little bit.
Or, you know, what's weird is like how the Egyptians treated them. Zach, dude, do another membership out there that Derek for real got. Derek for real's thankful, I bet. Zach, thank you, brother. Derek will come win something. He won't be ungrateful like Kyle. Zach.
Look, Kyle.
Yeah, Derek's like, Derek's like, I'll take one. Dude.
What's going on, Derek? I didn't
What's
say
up,
hi to you.
baby? Derek. Y'all are awesome. All y'all are awesome. But yeah, so I don't have the scoop on what we talked about at Blaze Show. Do you remember what Steve was surmising that he thought might be going on with Microtech?
Yeah, for sure. He's
Well,
actually talked about that before.
Dude, the way he laid out the numbers, the people, and I've posed that to the people at Knives and More, and the young guy's like, I totally get it. The old guy's like, oh no. And I was like, well, explain to me then how they're able to. And he's like, he won't go there. But he's the same guy that told me that TRM would cut into their Benchmade business. I was like, no, they won't. There's nobody that's going to buy a TRM that's going to buy a Benchmade. Yes, I realize that there are only X amount of knife dollars in the economy, but there's really not. There's a new knife idiot born every day.
Yeah, and you know what? TRM is one of those up and coming, not up and coming, maybe. I don't know.
They're
Like,
boutique. I don't think they're ever going to go big,
yeah,
but
it's not going to be like a case. You know what I
No.
mean? But it's still, it's people go look for them.
he's got ProTech and Microtech and
Yeah, that's what I
Spyderco.
mean. Like,
I'm just saying, get something cool. I know I'm not rage baiting, buddy. I know you said thank you. You also said I wish I could give it back, just because you know you can come for free. I was going to say I never pimp for memberships, but I do say grab a channel membership and be kind to each other on my little crawler. Let me turn that off so I don't feel like it's still.
Need them fish oils.
Let's turn that off. Well, I'll do this instead. I'll scroll that. That way I'm not shilling. Or I could do this. That's supposed to be a U.S. flag. See, I didn't do it right. It put us there. I'm gonna quit scrolling anything. I'm not gonna scroll nothing. Well, there's so much more. Benchmade covers so many more knife use cases. Like I tried to tell the old guy, I said, really, because he's like, well, nobody's going to pay that for a knife. I was like, dude, you're pointing at a titanium TRM and you sell the fucking Benchmade Vapor. What the fuck are you talking about? People aren't going to pay that for that knife. You've got a Narrows up there, idiot.
Well, that's because he's never heard of him, probably.
Then you can buy a one with G10 and knock $110 off there. You know, it's just funny to me. And Gary opened my eyes when he went to the custom shop and showed me that you can build a D2 CPM D2 Griptilian for $125. I thought that was really eye-opening and cool to me. I didn't think you could get a Benchmade for such a good price.
I kind of feel like that's like an oopsie though, and they're gonna fix that pretty soon. You know,
maybe it's an oopsie, or maybe they just had more D2 than they thought they'd use. They just got it, like you say, designed to expire because they run out of material.
Yeah, they might have a shit ton of it just sitting around too, because people have kind of gotten away from D2.
I think Benchmade, and Zach probably knows this more than I do, but I think they have several classes. Like I think if you go to military stores, they've got them in, you know, I think Benchmade, I don't know if their price points are different, but I know that they have a lot of reach. Benchmade reaches into every corner of law enforcement, military. I have this Lauderdale County, Madison County sheriffs come in every other day. I had a Lauderdale County sheriff deputy come in today, looked around. He's come in before, and I didn't know what he was looking for. He looked over at the folding knives. He walked out with a Bradford Guardian, SE 5. What are the SEs? They have a name before the 5, or is it just the SE3, SE5?
I forget, honestly.
The big, like, long knife with a really thick spine. And he was going to wear it on his person. That was his duty knife that he was replacing.
Probably wouldn't have carried that myself, but you know,
it was too big for me to carry. I said, do you just use it for everything? I picture it. This one's more of a pry bar. The SE5, if you look at it, it's unusually, or maybe he got the 6. The 6 is thinner than the 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends if you're trying to break windows with it, or you know, if you just really just want to stick it in somebody and never have to worry about picking it up again or something. You know, like.
Well, I don't. You know, that's the whole thing. I was wondering what, as a police officer, you would need a big size knife for in your daily duty. What do you mainly do with it, right? And this
maybe
is
cut somebody free of something, or.
Yeah, you know, cut somebody free. This thing's
maybe,
thick.
I'm trying to find some shit open, like a door or some
11 inches.
There's better tools for the job, but I don't know.
But this is the knife he bought. It's a
nice looking knife. I wish it was full flat.
Yeah, for some reason I thought his was. I wanted to find a picture where it shows the thickness of it.
Their handles are good too.
Yeah, I've
duty.
Yeah, that's the sheath, because he said he's gonna put that on his plate carrier and carry it on his vest. He's gonna carry this big ass knife, and he had a bunch of shit on his trying to get the thickness. I'm gonna say it's a 1/4 inch.
Carry the Winkler on my little loadout for the AK.
Where do you carry it? On your plate carrier?
This is a chest rig.
Oh,
so it just sits like, hold on, let me
horizontally across there.
So it just sits like this.
Oh, there you go. You got it hanging right there. That's your Winkler. I see it.
Like
I love their sheaths.
And I like it too because it kind of, you know, it'll stop an incoming round.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit, you know, there's no plates with this, so it's a little something.
What's funny is you could probably be running across a field, and Ethan could probably shoot you right on your hip, right on your Winkler.
Right off the Winkler.
Right off.
I'm blessed like that though. It'll hit the coin in my pocket, you know. I'm
that guy. Paul. Is Paul going to bed? We're about to break it up. It's after midnight. I love that knife. My buddy Tate, who you met, the little Korean guy who works at Knives and More, one of the owners, has that knife.
It's a great user.
He-
Can't even tell that I've used it either.
and it's made out of what? It's a tool
probably-
steel, isn't it?
It's probably just 1095 or something.
Yeah. I mean, it's got a great grind on it. Yeah.
Dude, you know,
0.19
I'm
fit. There you go,
surprised.
Todd.
Like, this is not like a super thin knife. Like at the edge, this thing cuts really well for its thickness.
Is it flat or hollow?
It's flat.
I like the way it looks.
Actually, it might be. I don't know. Feels flat.
Right, Paulie?
It's not like super crazy thick.
No, but it's definitely meaty.
It's just the right length where you're not even gonna bend this thing.
What do you find yourself chopping into at that when you're carrying it? Anything in particular, or just not really? What's up, Ron?
I haven't used this too much. Just cut a couple like feather some sticks and some shit when I was out one time. But it stays on this rig, so I don't use it much.
Yeah, but it's there when you trust your life with it. If you got on that rig,
Yeah, I mean it's got a little bit. It's like the AK. If it's got a little bit of rust on it, I don't really give a shit.
No.
Like it's just gonna work, and that's why it's there. But this isn't my only knife. Like when I carry one, this is just on this. So I'll have one on my belt. I'll have one in my pocket. So if I have to ditch my belt and I have to ditch that blade, I still have one in my pocket or on my elbow. I always have two left. I always try to have it. So
redundancy.
if I have to just
built in.
ditch a bunch of shit, if this gets hung up and I have to get the hell out of there, I can break this off, leave it. I still have a knife on me.
That's thinking, man. My brain will not think like that. I'll run out of bullets and I'll be fucked.
Everything at work is the same way, though.
Well, you have to be that way to do your job. I'm sure
Two
you
is
have to think that way.
one is none, and that's true as hell.
You live it, yeah. I carry 3, and I don't use maybe 1. I always carry 3 knives a day. If I'm not leaving the house, I don't put a fixed blade in my back pocket, but I've always got a slip joint in my left pocket, and I've always got a folder in my right. And if I go outside of the house, I always have a fixed blade in my back pocket.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I
usually
really,
have
if I'm using it to open stuff, I'm usually using my fixed blade. And that's something that 4 years ago, I wouldn't even own a fixed blade. First fixed blade I ever bought was an SE3 in stainless steel. I don't know why I bought it. And then
what stainless do they use?
They used S35.
Do they?
The one I had was, I'll pull it up.
There's nothing wrong with that. SE makes a
3
decent knife if it's going to be
S35.
a good steel.
Yeah. This guy right here.
That's cool.
Now, I don't know how good it was. I gave it away. Somebody won that. Here it is. And at Blade HQ. No, it's not. What happened to my SE3?
Glued paracord to it.
I shared the wrong page. Is that sharing the
I-
SE?
They do a good job with their handles. I would like to
They've got a couple of different handles. Depending on which handle, you're exactly right. I like their contoured handles.
yeah, the full contoured ones with the grooves. Yeah.
That's that one right there. And that's the SE3 and S35. See, it doesn't have that rough
That's a
finish.
nice knife, man. I mean, 152 is not horrible.
No, I
That's
think it's
that's a good blade, man.
and they got one the partially
Oh
serrated.
shit. Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff I'm into just because I know it comes down to that.
I'll tell you, the Benchmade serrations, they do serrations very well. That's one thing I'll say about Benchmade is
I cut myself something crazy on a K-bar at a gun show one time on the serrations. I just barely let that touch the tip of my finger. I didn't even realize I was bleeding. I was bleeding all over the guy's guns and shit on his table.
that's a sharp knife, man. If you don't feel it.
Yeah, at all. I was like,
Yeah,
damn.
you can get. I think what I got, Todd, for mine is I went to a place called the Knife Connection. I can picture their logo, TC. I think it was the Knife Connection. I bought handles for my SE. I'll tell you what else I bought handles for. Shane traded me his Bradford Guardian 3 and Rex 45 because it was too small for him for a Lion Steel that I had at the time, and it had those diamond checkered G10 handles on it, and they were horribly painful. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I ordered some of the contoured handles from knife connection, and I loved them. I mean, that knife is killer. I've still got it, the knife connection. Let's see if that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I gotta get this sent over to Terry.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all are familiar with this place, but I've gotten I think I even got a Kydex sheath from them at one point. But they've got all kinds of scales, handles. What all categories they got? Automatic now. So I guess this is a knife store too. No, it's mainly accessories. And I got a few little knives. Woods Monkey, I've seen those. That's an expensive little knife for $200. That little squirt.
What's it? What kind of steel was that?
It is. Let me share it again. AEBL steel
For
standing
200?
grind, 200 bones.
That's,
It's
I don't know.
3/8 thick. That's the handle thickness, 6 inches long. Yeah, that seems pretty high, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Buck does have some new good-looking fixed blades. I'll tell you, I'm bringing one home Thursday to review or to do an overview of. When I bring them from Knives and More, it's not a review, but it's this knife right here. We just got 2 in, and I like everything about it except the sheath. The sheath is a mess. Hold on. Not for everybody. For me, let's go knives. Go fixed blades. All right. I'm just gonna. I don't want their site. Pro Tech. Accurate. I think that's what it's called. This knife right here is their new EDC Fixie. $280.
Chris.
G10. See that sheath? I mean, it's not. Hold on. I forget what blade steel it is. Let me go back here. Hold on.
Yeah.
M390 MK. So see that sheath back there with the belt loops? Like
Yeah.
it looks like a pew sheath. It only allows you to carry it vertical, and you have to make your belt pass through it. It's a very well-made sheath. It's just not functional for somebody like me, the way I carry it. But the
Yeah,
knife is pretty cool at 8 inches.
Yeah, there's only like one place on the body that I can carry a knife that way.
Yeah, that's the way
Like
they
on a
want you to
belt.
carry
It's like
it.
back here, you know, like I can't. I like horizontal on my back, on my belt. But you can like Winkler's like the perfect size knife for that. Like any bigger and makes it awkward.
Yeah, I carry my oddly, I carry my Bark River Micro Canadian on my belt, and I carry my LT Wright mini plane on my belt only because they ride so high that when I sit down, I'm so thin. If I have a long knife sitting on my belt and sit down on a chair, it'll poke the seat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So that's why the back pocket carry works better for me. Like when I carry my Guardian 3 in Rex 45, I love that knife. I just stick it in my back pocket. But I'm never trying to quick draw, and I'm not going to try to, I don't ever have to draw. I never draw a knife in my daily use without using the thumb ramp. That's just what I've conditioned myself to do. So the old guy at Knives and More, he hates this knife, this Sparrow.
Yeah.
Because the clip doesn't allow him to just go in there and raw hand it.
Yeah.
It's set up to perfectly go down here and just push. I mean, that's why they mounted it that way. That drives some people crazy, but for me, that much is coming out of your pocket. And I know when I go to reach for it, I'm putting my thumb right there.
Yeah.
It's
a
not
training. It's just a training thing.
well, and I don't think I'm
Everybody
gonna
will be playing until they train with it.
I'm gonna be overtaken by anybody they're going to be more tactical than me, probably, if they want me that bad. If not, I'm going to step back and shoot them. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Of service.
This is my fast access knife. I got it at like appendix carry.
Ooh, I like that. Is that a
And-
Smith and Sons? What is that?
This one's a Selby.
Oh, I went to their booth at Blade
Yeah.
Show.
And that guy's cool as hell. I always forget.
He
his name.
is. I've reached out to him. I reached out to him to let him know that he was on my video and sent him a
And
copy of the video.
He's got folders now too. He's got a couple different fixed blades. He's got a little neck knife. It's kind of cool. And this one's dope. This is really fast. Access to it. I think I liked his sheaths last year better than, or no, 2 years ago than the ones that he ended up moving to.
How do you like the
they're
ring?
oversized.
It doesn't get in your way at all, does it?
No.
I've
No,
got a
it's-
couple that I
it's-
don't mind at all.
You see how I don't have to change where my pinky fall. I don't have to like tuck it in or.
The
or
trick
push
is they make
out.
it thin. Let me grab this
Yeah.
real quick.
It's thin, but I think it's strong enough. I would like to be able to repeat that, you know. I tried, man. It's hard without proper machines to get that ring kind of so even. Mine are always a little wonky.
Here's my tactical warning.
Nice.
It just doesn't have the ring. Now I could buy the grip that TKL makes grips that are ring grips. So
Oh,
one
okay.
half is, it's pretty cool the way he did it. And he also made for the small knives extended aluminum grips. But that's just his little adversary,
That's cool.
smoky stabby.
Do you find that last pin to be an issue, like a hot spot?
Right here?
Yeah, you see that last pin? See how close that pin is to the edge of that back? Do you find that that's hitting you in any way?
No, not for me. Not for me. But again, Bugsy, I'm not putting a lot on it.
Yeah, no, I'm just
I
saying
can death
sometimes
grip
they're
it
like
and I don't
proud,
feel it
you know?
in my hand. But I think it's meant to have a lanyard in it. But I'll tell you where I feel it is right here. See how this G10's kind of milled out?
Yeah.
It's got a little high place right here. So when I go to death grip it, what I feel is this little point laterally. I don't feel it here. I feel it here in the meat of it, but nothing that's the main grip is right there.
Yeah. I dig it.
It's a cool little knife. It's got a belt mount on it, but it can't. I wear it inside and at a corner at an angle.
TKL doesn't make anything, John.
No, but he has people make it. He designs it. He designs it. And he used to make knives. He did make the little custom DP one. And this is my other, this Agent 02 has got a much more Bugsy handle.
Yeah, I like the way that pinky's not going to slip out of there.
Yeah, that one's set up for it. And he does, what I like about his designs is he's got like 5 designs built on this handle, depending on what blade shape you like. He kind of evolved his knives that way. And most of his knives are set up to poke into something. They're not really made, except recently he started to do some EDC ones, some more slicey ones.
Some slicey stuff.
Well, more after the EDC market. I think for a long time, his fan base are the tactical people. When I go to his live streams, they seem to be tactical people.
Yeah.
They're
There's
talking
a lot
about
of that out there.
they're talking about PPUs and stuff like that.
That's why I love going to the range with my Glock with its stock sights and shitting all over these guys. With
Exactly.
$3,000 guns.
I will not use optics. I've never been good with an optic. I'm good with iron sights. I'm plenty good with iron sights. I'm not good like where you're going to put a stopwatch on me and be impressed. But
No, I got a lot of friends that are all kinds of
very possible, Ron. I know Tim.
well trained.
I'm pretty sure he does. I know they've invited me up there to film in-house, and I know all of his final assemblies done there. And Tim and Suzanne are just good people. That's my whole thing is when we used to argue about their percentage of profit, I look at the cost of running a business. I don't think either of those people are bad people. I think they're just lovely people. I feel the same way about Les and Marianne Halpern, and I don't know if that's true or not. All caps, what is up with your steal your face? Dead to the core, baby. I've got Jerry back there on my little he comes up a couple of times on my little screen back behind me that flashes up weird abstract shit. He's got Jerry's with
all 6 caps.
Electric little frame around him. And I've got dancing bears that'll go back there sometime.
Is that a reference to mushrooms, sir?
Medicine, baby. Does the shop have a GEC? We have 2 GECs at Knives and More, and I can actually show you a picture of them, I believe, because one of them is a 3-blade GEC, the only time I've ever seen one of those. And the other one is, I was trying to look at my photos. Let me go here real quick. I thought I had it on my camera roll. We've got a mini stitch. We've got a mini amphibian. We've got a mini, two mini MSIs. We just ordered more Avalons, which are that kind of whack design. Let's see if I've got a picture of these. I've got 2 of these. I think this is the coolest knife I've played with in a long time, and it's practical none. But this knife right here, let's see if y'all can see. Did that get big for y'all? Yeah. That's a Hera 4 Microtech single action. So you cock it, you cock it and lock it back here. That thing kicks like a mule. I thought I had a picture of that. There's Puck. I don't know where he went to. There's Tate. I'll dox him. See the little Kim guy?
Oh wait, yeah, he was the
yeah, that's not you saw him at Blaze Show. He was with me.
Yeah.
I guess I don't have a picture of those Kaisers at Knives and More. Thought I did. Hold on. Maybe not.
Anybody talk to Shane?
He commented. I called him today. I did not get him. I texted him. I did not get him, but somebody texted me. Let me check something.
I think I'm missing some knives. Where did I? Oh yeah.
He did comment on a post earlier today, but no, I've not talked to Shane. And I don't have a picture of those GECs. If you reach out to me, I can tell you tomorrow. Oh, I know where they are. They're on my Instagram page. Hold on a second. That's where I took pictures of, because I do all their Instagram posts. I put them on my page, and then they collaborate, and it goes to their page. Let me show you those now.
I am done doing mushrooms. That is for sure.
Oh, you just got to nibble on them.
No, I'm good.
Look at that, Bugsy.
Yeah.
Those are gorgeous, dude.
You know what? I want to see those scales on a blacked out version of the smock. I bet that would.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. I've got. Where is it? Where are those GECs? There's a picture looking down at that glass, and you can see the GECs that we got.
I'll be right back. I feel like I hear somebody outside like yelling.
Okay, take care of yourself, dude. One of them's a 3-blade, and the other one's a single blade Barlow. I want to say I don't know the numbers because I'm not good with the numbers, but I should have pictures because most of these pictures are Knives and More pictures. That's the Cheetah Cub. We just got a letter from Case the week before last that they're not making anymore because they've been overwhelmed. So dealers like us are not getting the ones we ordered. We've got those in stock. That's the Magnamax Protect, the first production Magnamax. I guess I don't have a picture of those GECs. I thought I did. But we have 2 at the store. We've got a Strider at the store. We've got a couple of Hinderers. 3 McNees. We've got shitload of case knives, like old 70s cases. All right, here's one of the GECs we've got. This 133317 and rust red jig bone. This guy right here. That's a Great Eastern Cutlery 133317. And then we have this lockback, I think's left. This 7211 6LB. I have to verify that, but 2 of these 4 we have. And I actually bought, I don't have the picture of the one I bought because I already bought it. I bought a side buster, a bull buster from up there. I traded for it. We've got this knife up there. I'm surprised we've still got it. A custom Olamic Wayfarer. We've got a Ramlock SOCOM with the clip in the right place. We've got a bunch of case knives. If anybody's interested in case knives.
So it kind of seems like he's willing to go with the really big names, but I think it's going to be a stretch for him to
well, he's
to
been
with,
there.
like,
He's been there 20 years.
but
So
that's what I mean, though. I think he's just not into things that aren't mainstream names.
Well, he gets enough of that on because he buys. I think the majority of, and I don't know this, but I think the way his business works, I would think the profitability for him comes from knives like this that are pre-owned. These are pre-owned knives. And I think he says, Benchmays they make a lot on, and they've got, he buys stuff like this, Almar stuff. So they've got a lot of secondhand stuff that's fresh. I wonder, I almost have a hard time thinking that I know better than him. I think it's a no-brainer to bring TRM in if they'll have him, which they will. He doesn't see it like that.
That's what I mean. I think he doesn't, there's no, what's that called?
Same with Michael Martin.
Brand recognition.
Well, he just says it's not, he says if there's not 30%, if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. And he's down to even though Microtech is 25. So I don't know if it's the volume that made him yield to Microtech, but allegedly the math that goes behind a brick and mortar is 30% or more, or it doesn't make sense for the time.
Yeah, I mean,
there.
Microtech is in movies, and it's been around long enough where the brand recognition is there,
And we sell them. We sell these Marfione Select, and people come in looking for them. I don't get it.
Yeah. Well, they see John Wick a couple times, and they want the stabby.
Yeah, we got like stuff like this. We've got any of those LUDTs that anybody would want. And like I tell people, do business with Knives and More. They've got some cool shit, and their prices they'll match Benchmade's prices, and usually their store price is the same as Benchmade's. They've got that 154 CM old Nimravis down there. That's an old school Benchmade fixed blade. Tonto. I mean, they've got some weird
aluminum scales?
Those are G10. That's tan G10 or that FRN color G10.
Just looked real smooth, like where
We've got 2 of these. We've got 2 M390 Benchmade Nakamuras, first production runs. And I'm surprised because I've taken pictures of that. I did a video on it. I think it's a cool knife. The public doesn't seem to think so. But they do get some really cool stuff in, like on trade. And like this cold steel, we sold that. We had a Taipan. That's a sweet knife.
I got a fixed blade Benchmade somewhere. It's that little one with the white and black handles.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a hidden canyon.
Yeah, that's a good little knife.
We had 3 of these Masters of Defense. This was a company that's a USA company, and Microtech was their OEM. And they're cool little automatics. Yeah. And then we got this Battlefield pickup hinderer down there. I don't get those.
They're okay. If the action's really good, I haven't found one that like really blew me away action wise, but
Well,
that's what
there
kills
if
me.
you
That's what kills me with CRK. I can't stand that
the stiff
slow,
action.
stiff action. I don't like that.
Trying to see if there was anything else cool from this is a Microtech Bally song we got. Did you know that Greg Medford, not Microtech, a Medford Bally.
Yeah.
We've got 2 Benchmade
Why are they making Bally's though? That seems weird to me.
Medford.
Yeah, I don't know. Have
I
they
don't
been
I
doing
don't know
that for a
why
long
Medford
time, or is that
would.
like a
I didn't know this, but Benchmade
Those-
started out as a Bally song company.
Zach stuff would like to know how much are those Nakamura's?
Oh, Zach, they're not as much. I'll text you tomorrow. Well, I'm not in there tomorrow. Let me see if I can. I don't
I
think
like
I
that
have them on me.
ABW.
Yeah, that's my ABW. I love that knife.
Yeah, I like it.
I'll
I
find
like the
out for you,
color.
Zach. They're not that much, brother. I think I texted it to you, but I'll be back in there Thursday and I'll shoot you a DM, telling you what they are. They're both first productions, both within numbered under 100. Here's the other benchmark. We got 2 of these gold class Damasteel, fat carbon.
I like the materials. It looks cool. I just,
It's not my thing. It's like $1,100. I'm like,
I don't even know if Bally guys buy this. Do the Bally guys buy the
no,
Benchmade
no,
Bally's? I didn't
no,
think so. I don't know if there's a
they
market
don't.
for Benchmade Bally's. I mean, there must be. I guess or else
Yeah,
they would make
that's
them.
it. Like allegedly, that's where they got their start. I don't
Oh,
get it.
really?
We had this one. We sold that. I'm surprised. I
Oh,
thought
yeah,
that
I
was
guess
the
the
ugliest.
butterfly on their symbol makes sense then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
shit.
didn't realize how big of the market. I think if you took the knife market and broke it out into pie, I think the Bally songs make up for a large percentage of knives overall. You see a lot of those kids at Blade Show.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't.
That's a
Where the
thick
hell did
knife.
one go that I had? I had one here somewhere. That
But
like
here's that Nakamura again. I don't think I put the prices on it. The 484. And both of them, Zach, I'll get you the numbers, but they're cherries. I don't think they've ever been cut with.
and that's a Benchmade,
Here's
right?
your knife that you were talking about. That's the one you got?
Yeah, yep.
That's the Hidden Canyon Hunter.
Yeah, I got that in Ocean City, Maryland, I think. Or no, that was in South Carolina. I got that knife.
We've got one of those down there, an Invictus Protec. I've got, this is a cool knife, a Puma. I didn't know anything about Pumas, but Puma makes some expensive German stuff. I think it's German. But yeah, it's a cool place to work. I sure wouldn't want to live there. And it's going to be hell on me when Tate has his procedure and I'm working 10 to 6 for a month. I can't imagine that. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know when I'm going to have time. I don't know when I'm going to have time to do my YouTube shit. That was
It might be a nice little reprieve though.
well, in the mornings, and I'm going to take my computer down there, but that's what I do in the mornings is I usually at night I film. In the mornings, I try to deal with comments and shit like that. We've got a lot of knives like this. That's a Lovelace. But knives that have sat there as long as I've been there. And like he says, there's a buyer for it. You just don't know when they're going to come through. Yeah. We got one of those. A SoCop folder. We've got some weird stuff. I mean, he's got some interesting inventory.
Like I talked. There was a place up here. They closed down a while ago. It's called Harry's, and they used to carry a lot of they had Spyderco's in there before. That's the only place I ever saw Spyderco, other than like the ones at Walmart. And they had PM2s and all that. So that's where I was like, whoa, $200 knife. Like the
Seemed
first time I
crazy.
ever saw one.
The 940 was the first knife that I broke the price barrier on. My green
Yeah, a lot
Benchmade
of people
940.
too.
And I remember it's the knife. I ordered it from Knife Works and it got lost in the mail for about 3 weeks. It's the only knife that took forever. I've got that knife if anybody's interested. SOCOM Alpha, Mini Alpha down at
Is it fixed?
Massillon. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little fixed blade.
That's dope. It's a cool looking knife. I would put that on like a chest rig or something for stabbiness.
And then that Protect stainless steel. And then this is a knife I'd never seen, the Protect Flyfather. That's like a Godfather, but it's a butterfly with a pocket clip.
That looks scary, man.
Yeah, Protect's stiletto tips are next level insane.
You drop that one on your foot, that's going straight to the floor.
But yeah, we got some cool knives down there for sure. And that's one thing he's always said. He says, you show me the ugliest knife. He's challenged Tate, the young guy that is part owner. He goes, you go buy any knife you want to, and somebody's going to buy it.
Well, that's why he should be cool with having random knife companies up in there.
Yeah, he does. And his whole thing is dollars and cents. And I'm not going to blow it out, but I think he'd be crazy not to bring TRM in. I love them, man. I was a TRM fan long before I had a YouTube channel. Scott Sobeck Scooter got me onto TRM when we first started hanging out in Grateful Panic's chat room.
I think the first year I think it was the first year they even came out. I saw them at the New York Knife Show, which is in New Jersey, so I don't know why it's called the New York Knife Show. But yeah, they were there, and their knives were just so flexible. I didn't like it. And now I guess the titanium handles have made a difference in that, but
they always had really thin liners, and when you put the micarta scales on them, they're not the furthest thing from a hard use knife. I think of them as finesse slicers, kind of. Even though
it reminded me of like a Delica,
Yeah, I hate to say the word gentleman's folder because I overuse it to death. That's kind of what I think of it as, is for cutting paper or cardboard or food.
Little slicer, little apple slicer.
But they've never set out to make anything bigger. The Bulldog, they said it was the thickest spine they'd made in a folder, and it's only that thick.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wasn't like overall. You know how I am.
I totally get it. Yeah,
it's not a flipper. It's so
if you're not into bigger knives, 0.119 inches is
working against me.
Yeah, and it's got no lateral use, so there's no prying going on with this.
Yeah, and that's fine and all.
I like them just because they're small. I like the people. I really like the girls that used to work there. I don't think they do anymore. I think that TRM's got they used to have customer service gals, and I think that now they've got like a marketing team that does both social media. The Shadow is.
Oh, you got one of those Toyotas?
Yeah, the Bulldog's thicker than the Shadow, Zach. So the Shadow, and I don't know how thick the Pitbull, their new little auto, is. I know that was a cool knife. The Shadow's 0.0905 at the spine, and the Bulldog is 0.1190. So just slightly thicker. But the Shadow's my favorite slicer from them. I wish they made this in a liner lock or in a frame lock.
Yeah. Frame lock is where I would go with it.
The river lock.
You know how I feel about those locks, but
I love this one right here. Is my favorite TRM. That's my little frame lock Neutron. It is small and slicey. I like this, and for slicing, I like my quiet carry drift. The OG drift, not the fancy new Drift L. This guy right here. These two knives fit my hand very well.
Yeah, I mean, they look pretty damn similar.
Yeah, they're similar knives, even though they weren't. They're both on washers. They're both just little finesse cutters. I love this. This is probably one of my favorite quiet carries, and I'm not a big fan of quiet carry. I don't really like that guy. I don't let that cloud my judgment on what I buy, but I'm not a big fan of the quiet carry guy.
Yeah, I'm definitely that way. If I don't like it, I'm not buying anything.
I will. Now I won't if I just flat out have a problem with you,
Yeah.
I'll find somebody else to buy a knife from. But like Microtech, they're people that I'll buy knives from that I don't have to agree with all the way around. But they're people that have turned me sideways too, that I don't want to do business with. But usually that's bad business. Like the Atlantic Knife Company. I bought 2 knives from them over my life, and I had a bad experience one of the 2 times. It's just like, no, there are plenty of other people to do business with. Well, I don't have to yield to that.
Yeah.
They basically sold a knife as a titanium CJRB that was a prototype that was never supposed to go into production. Because it was when I got it, it was a CJRB pyrite, the first titanium. And it was like there was a titanium, and I did a video on it. It was like a titanium skin on top of a steel liner. Like it didn't even make sense. It was, and then Russell, who was TR or CJRB's rep, confirmed that was one that should have never, been prime time. Now, Atlantic Knife Company bought it. They had the right to sell it, but they just were selling it as a titanium CJRB. And then when the titanium CJRBs came out through Blade HQ and everywhere else, they had the inset liners. So I knew mine.
I mean, it's kind of cool though. I like prototype stuff.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with it. I wasn't, I was buying knives back then to review and then give away. It was only like $50. I wasn't out a lot of cash. I'm looking at a fake bitch made fixie that has a fucking thumbstick. Twin Tools. Where are you looking at that? That's crazy. I know we have people that bring them in all the time trying to sell. And I think where they come up from flea markets. I think a lot of the people in Alabama that turn up with fake Benchmades are procuring them at flea market.
Yeah.
Now I heard they were selling them at Blade Show. There was a video, I didn't watch it, but it was somebody that bought fake Benchmades from a retailer at Blade Show.
Yeah, I believe it. I bought a fake Spyderco Yojimbo at the Lehigh show.
Yeah.
Years ago. That's before I knew that they only, I didn't think anybody would go that far to make a fake knife.
Yeah, it's crazy the lengths that they can reverse engineer stuff, and they will. What's crazy to me is what they sell on Amazon. I swear to God, they're selling TKLs on Amazon now. Before we go, I'm going to show you these knives on Amazon, and you tell me if they look like that knife I just showed you that you like the handle on. And I would think that TKL would.
Like that? Now you say that, I'm pretty sure I saw one that was damn near.
They have I'm just going to search EDC fixed blade, and you'll see some other fixed blade. We're about to break up. I know everybody's tired. I got to eat and make videos. Let me show you. Like right here, right there.
Yeah, look at that.
That's the one I just showed you. This one right here. Look, dude. I mean, can you see my knife in the screen?
Yeah.
The thumb ramp, the 3 holes,
the two little bumps.
The grind's identical, dude. The grind's identical. $31. And this is like $230. And they've got them in other styles. So I haven't told Tim or asked him about it, but here's the Tonto with the grip, like the combatant grip. That's a different grip.
Yeah.
But I think somebody, people are finding popular knives that sell, and Chinese companies are making ripoffs, which I can understand that. I don't understand American companies selling said ripoffs. That's what I don't get.
Well, yeah, how much could you possibly get off of doing that?
I
guess if the volume is there, maybe. But dude, when I'm telling you, I go to these gun shows.
They're cheap, dude. $31. That knife's got to cost something to make. This is a ripoff of the Boker AK1, the Daily Carry Concepts. The Boker AK1.
And that's on Amazon?
Yep. And this knife is $28. I almost bought this 14C 28N just to check it out because they've got all the blade shapes, the drop point. They've got the Tonto, and those look just like the Bokers. They're $28. And then you go down through here, you'll see
Later, Derek.
you'll see all kinds of, if we go EDC folding knife, that's where you find them. It's when you put in vague search terms.
Yeah.
I'll show you a Demco and a Benchmade. Then we'll get out of here. EDC.
Well, hold up.
folding.
What is? I like the shape of that Kaiser right there.
Which one? This little guy, the hair?
Yeah. I like the shape of that.
I might have a Christmas one I can send you.
I'm not a huge fan of that handle, but I like the shape of the way the
I'm
blade
telling
is.
you, and I'm a fanboy of Kaiser. When I was first getting into knives, I loved Kaiser, and since I review knives, I still like Kaiser. Yes, they send me knives, but that's not why. This is the fucking. I got to send these to Tim. This is the fucking warthog. Kind of a little bit of a trailing
Same
point.
handle,
Exactly.
grind, everything.
Yeah, the same. I mean, it's like everything except for the sheath. They don't do that fake carbon fiber.
Well,
But if we go
where does he have his stuff made at?
in Georgia,
Okay, so it's definitely
it's
not
like
like
it's like
his
it's like
factory's turning them out on
like
the
the
other
Chris
end, right?
Reeves. Yeah, like where they go and they'll buy a
Yeah.
couple of knives and then they re-engineer them. So if we go EDC folding knife, this is where Demco clones.
Oh, I just got
And,
a fucking good idea. I'm gonna piss Tim Reeves off next year.
There's a Strider clone, the Ethan Grow, which that's why I bought my first Strider, but I won't tell that story again. There's a clone. What's that?
That Civivi's nice looking, all the way on the left.
Look at that. That's a
Well,
Scorpion lock.
Who
dude.
makes? Oh yeah. Who
Oh,
makes that?
you
one
see,
now?
that's a Demco design lock.
Demco.
Demco designed that lock
Yeah.
when he worked for Cold
And it's not
Steel.
that old, is it?
No, it's 6 years. Demco didn't break off until Cold Steel was acquired by that bigger company. Is when Demco, and look at this. That's not really a 940. Hold on, that's not as close as I can get. There's the bug out. Oh, that is an actual bug out. Let's find one that's not a Benchmade.
That Maddox is on there, no?
That was an actual real Mannix, but it's when you the 80 20.5s are blatant copies. Let's see if I put in Demco. Usually they're not that easy to find. Demco. Why did it type? Demco 80 20.5. Demco. Motherfucker. Oh, knife. Broad search terms bring up the dirty shit. Let's see what we got here.
Axis
Look right
lock
there.
thumb stud fixed blade.
That's a real one. 139. I don't know if it's real, but it's priced where it could
139
be
is
real.
probably not.
But if we look down through here,
Yeah, because 250 was kind of what I was seeing.
Yeah,
Actually, I was looking at the Demcos were really expensive. The titanium handled Demcos were like way higher than I thought. Because I was looking for a buddy who had like a $250 limit.
the titaniums will run you up there, but that one,
They were like, what are they, like $400?
no. Now if you get an 80-20, you will, but a 20.5, they're not that much, but they're more than that. Hold on, I'm trying to find just a blatant ripoff because they exist.
Right there, that cold steel probably.
Well, no, this is just called like EDC knife, and it's got the shark lock on it, and it looks exactly like the Demco. There's that fucking fixie showing up everywhere in every configuration.
I mean, that is damn identical.
And you just wonder what makes
What about that one over there on the right?
Yeah, what makes the company
On that one.
target a certain maker? It's got to be because perceived popularity. Look at that. That's a CCKK. Now I can understand that because they deserve, that's a Chinese company ripping off a Chinese company. But that's the Riot EXO in a clone.
Yeah, I guess those decals are kind of just simple enough, material wise.
Yeah,
They can
but
copy it pretty easy.
you wonder why they would want to. It must be a popular design in their mind for them to take the time to copy that instead of somebody else's knife. I don't know the methodology to it. It's kind of crazy. I'm not going to find this knife now that I said I would. I don't know if I go titanium.
Damn. See that thing?
Which one?
That spiral spike tool that was down like 3.
Oh, dude, if you just go put in tactical, that will open up a rabbit hole. I'm trying to find this fraud Demko.
Kyle.
He's hating this. I know he is. Look at that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there any way to report these things?
They don't care, I don't think. I think the only way to do it is to get somebody like the maker to complain. But it's just like when John complained to Smoky Mountain Knife Works that they were selling his clone knife, they told him to go kick sand because they bought him already, and they didn't buy them from him. I think that was just kind of a shitty move. That's when I wore them off.
Who buys a knife not from the maker if you're a freaking company?
Well, they allegedly they didn't know about him, but what the bad thing is on Instagram, he commented on their post. Their post got ratioed where everybody was thumbs down in it and taking John's side, and they deleted the post. Here you go.
Well, yeah, they should have called balls and strikes then instead of being dicks.
That's who we should tell. We should send Marfione, that amphibian right there. He would be the guy to go after
he'll be all over that shit.
Oh, no shit. But that is a Ramlock.
That is crazy how they can get it to look so good.
Titanium. Well, they buy it and they just re-engineer it, right? So
yeah, but still just doing the product, like even making the handles like that.
Oh yeah.
Look that good for that price. It seems crazy.
And they don't call it, they don't call it the fake knife. It just looks just like the fake knife, right? It's crazy, man. It's just, and they do it all over. I always thought that those knives looked like ZTs. Those
little tiny one was cool.
You can get lost in weird stuff. But I used to buy. Look, there's a whole
look at that.
lot of them. They know we're talking about them.
5.
Yeah,
$30.
That previously viewed them. I was trying to.
It's crazy.
And what I've noticed is some of these Chinese knives have gotten crazy expensive. Like, look at this. You can't tell me that knife is worth $71. They're just taking advantage of people that are into knives and have these generic, instead of them being $13 like they might have been a year ago, now they're creeping up and they're almost as expensive as the ones that they're cloning. That looks like a Watchman tools. You know what that is?
Nah, I don't dislike the shape of that.
Yeah, Watchman tools. That's because it's a Watchman design. Watch this. Watch.
That lady next door is yelling at the freaking. There's a fox got into her chickens.
Oh, is that what she was screaming at?
Yeah, she's out there hollering.
And knives.
She's gonna piss me off though. It's 2:00 in the morning here.
Yeah, don't wake my family up. I got little people sleeping. So, age verification. What the fuck's that? So, this knife is what?
Kyle's about had enough of these Amazon knives.
Well, I'm just saying this is what that one's copying, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't take it over to that one. This is what I was trying to show you is the one that one's copying.
Yeah, no, it's cool though. I get you. If you was trying to,
right.
I know. Like I said, I bought a couple clones.
I will always go back to my story of buying the Effengrow that was a clone that led me. It wasn't a clone because it wasn't called a Strider. It was a copy, and it led me to buy 2 Protects that were legit, and it led me to buy a Strider. So I don't think I would have bought them had I not experienced that knife first. But guys, I appreciate everybody. Oh, here we go. I found a Damascus. I'm going to show the last one just to piss Kyle off. Then we're done.
John's
Look at
age
this.
verification is showing his birth certificate chiseled in stone.
$49. You can have a.
Oh, I mean, it looks cool. That's about
Who
how much
was
I
it?
want to. Is it a
Tate,
fucking?
Tate got one to steal a liner from the guy at the knife store,
Oh, yeah.
and it
The-
worked. The liner fixed the one he was fixing.
No shit. Does will those scales fit a regular one?
I bet they would. I think they're mirror copies, man. I think that's how they make those one-offs.
That might
I
be
don't
a
know
nice
that
slick
for a
way to get
fact.
some titanium scales, but that's kind of jacked.
Yeah, then you have, I wouldn't want to carry it personally. I have a hard time carrying my zero blade play Microtech because I feel dirty because he
You feel
stole that
dirty.
shit from Gavin. Yeah, and that's something I argue with the owner all the time at Knives and More. He's still not convinced there was ever a problem there. He thinks that Microtech still makes zero blade play, even though I've shown him the website where they say they've discontinued it because he still gets them in that he placed orders on. I'm sure they've got something, either Microtech's thumb up in the judge or they're just selling out their inventory.
It's easier to trick people than to convince them they've been tricked.
Yeah, I told John, I said, well, they're making them overseas anyway. He got pissed.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I noticed that a while ago how many Microtechs are everywhere. Like
Yeah.
I go to these 6,000 table gun shows that are about the same size as Blade Show. And there's Microtechs at every table. And they have all the models of them.
And the way Steve broke it down doing the numbers with the people, I mean, it looks like I don't see how they could have made those come out of their ass.
It's just
That many. I mean, the way, because I talked to Tate about it, and he said, absolutely. We used to wait forever to get Microtechs in.
Yeah.
He goes, not anymore. They show up by the box. You got any parting words for these good people, brother, before we bail out?
No, not much, man. Be safe. Have a good week. Stay cool.
You be safe.
Stay happy, man.
Which one's suspicious? I know the time that they brought one in, we had to, we destroyed it. But maybe that wasn't talking to me.
No, he was about the Benchmade,
Oh, yeah. Well, Tate was doing it as a test. He wasn't doing it to sell it. He was doing it to see if it worked. We just did it at his table and took it apart. He wasn't doing it. He was just curious how much of a copy it was.
That's crazy, though.
But no, they weren't doing it to resell. I can understand that, Zach. It was just what you would call a science experiment.
It seems like it's so much effort, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem like too much fucking effort?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. We were curious
dollars?
that it's almost like they have like a spirograph, the type of thing that when you trace it and it makes an exact reverse copy of it because everything lined up. That's what they were curious of.
Yeah, and like I'd be curious about the handles because I can't stand that knife because it's a little bit too flexible, like in the scales.
Oh, the vapor's
out.
not. Yeah,
not the vapor to the bug out.
Yeah,
like if you did the bug out and I could get titanium scales like that were actual titanium. I mean,
well, you can get aftermarket good scales, USA made scales for a bug out, but you'll pay more than that.
Yeah, that's what
they're
I mean.
$100. I mean,
you can get that whole fake ass bug out. What was it, $30?
Yeah, $30 for the paper. I was trying to pull it back up, titanium EC knife, but I mean, the screw patterns are identical. So when they make those knives, they're not just looking at it and
it's like they have it's
well,
like
no, that does have different screw patterns. It's got a single screw. That's different. Hold on a second.
It's like they have the actual what do they call that?
No, that is identical.
Yeah.
Nope. This back screw's not there. Come on, bug out. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. It's an identical copy. My bad.
It's pretty crazy. It's like they have the whole CAD drawing and everything, I guess they can just scan it and fucking.
They've got to have some kind of software that takes it. These are aftermarket scales, but the screw pattern.
But do you really think they sell enough of them for that to be fucking worth that much trouble for all the different?
They don't. It's not like it's only over there to make knives. Yeah, I would think that the answer to that is it's got to be, or they wouldn't be making it. And this has got 19 reviews and they're not positive. Let's see what they say.
Or they just got to get rid of all the material, you know, like, because there's so many fakes of different knives.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the ones
And,
we
like,
see the
well done.
most of that come in that people got screwed on, where people, a lot of these that people buy at the flea market, shame on them, because if you're paying $30 for a knife, you should know it's a ripoff. These people that pay $300 and $400 for fake Chris Reeves.
Yeah, this is what you get for $30.
Parts came off knife. I reached out to the vendor. It's been less than a week. The blue handle clip came off. They told me they would send me a new one. Nothing, blah, blah, blah. Screw heads, the torch screw head. I mean, all these things are so cheapened. Terrible knife, Damascus steel delaminated and came apart. Not a good product, worthless. So yeah, be careful. Just buyer beware, and don't buy used Benchmades without proper authorization, because this is a copy, not a clone. We see clones down there with the boxes and everything that people bring in trying to resell.
That's what I mean. That's a lot of effort for $30. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts, dude. But like
even copying the boxes,
like Greg Medford said he's had a Chinese company come into his shop, and he's shown them a Praetorian, and they can price it to him, delivered to him in Arizona for less than he can ship one to China for. According to Greg.
Doesn't make any fucking sense.
I'm not promoting them, dumbass. I'm showing them. Nobody here looks at it as promotion. Promotion would be like, buy this. It's just as good. I'm talking about the evils of the knife industry, goob. People will find them if they're looking for clones. Nobody in here will. They're not going to go, I'm going to go get me a fake Benchmade.
I'm suspicious that this is a Chinese clone.
I believe that was 3D printed by somebody that cares.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's got a shark lock, doesn't it?
Yeah. Shark lock and it's got the little spring inside here.
Nice. Did you get that at Blade Show?
Yeah, you could change them all out. This is what I got for my son.
I love it.
That blade. He loves it because it's blue. That's all he cared about. So
and it doesn't cut it and it keeps his hair straight. Yeah. Win, win, win.
He's actually combing his hair now. And he's like, oh, let me have my cool knife. He wanted to show his buddy the other day.
Yes, exactly, Don.
But then he held the dog's paw down and he was like trying to saw at it, and I was like, nah, come on, man.
No, we're gonna cut his arm. You're gonna play surgery. You know what that'll lead to.
I was like, he
what's
starts
your
putting his teeth on you.
That clone. Is it your Beacons? No, goob. But you can go to the Amazon store and you can buy a refrigerator next time you buy one, or you can buy your dog food through my Amazon store. Guess what? You get the same dog food and I get shillings. Cha-ching.
Get some shekels.
But if you buy anything fake, I don't want you to use my Amazon link, because I don't support counterfeit products. But guys, do me a favor. Look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right. I'm going to peace out. I'm going to eat. I'm going to end the stream, but I will be back Friday. And I hope to see you guys back here. We'll have more guests. Maybe Kyle will join us. Come join us, Kyle. Maybe we'll get Shane, and maybe Ryan will be back in town. Who knows? Who knows? I might even bring a crazy Appalachian up here. Guys, look out for each other. Peace.
That's what she wants, we're missing it high on cigarettes.